All right, shalom, shalom, family. It's going to be a very, very, very deep live today. Just going to do the screen share. Synthetic Sunday. Going to get right to it. So what I'm going to be breaking down is I'm going to be breaking down this video. I'm going to be breaking down a part of this video, a certain part on it. But before I do that, I'm going to go to this little comment I went to, because this comment that I commented on basically motivated me to break this down. The reason why is because it's pretty deep. It's really deep, actually. It's very, very deep. But let me grab that. Sometimes I can't see stuff sometimes. Okay, let me see. All right. I don't know why I don't see this little comment here. Just looking here. All right. That's all right. All right. I'm gonna just start off just like this. So what's really interesting is BenaYah Israel found something really interesting. He basically used, let me go to this. So I'm gonna go to a timestamp on this. First, let me go to it on YouTube. Right here. All right. I'll just let that.
My name is Mariam. This is how I found the truth.
All right. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go to a certain timestamp. If you already seen this is a really great video. A lot of deep information. But I'm going to go to a certain spot here and talk about something.
Now notice very little matches in Africa during the Neolithic Age, right?
So I'm going to start with this. One of the earliest finds that he has is the Neolithic time frame. Now, before we dive into this, we got to understand the Paleolithic and the Mesolithic. So I'm going to put this down. And what I'm going to be doing today is actually, I'm going to be using Nathan's time scale. Now, Nathan Jeanson actually, now mine's not going to be as perfect as his, but I'm going to be using the same method. So you see how anything 10,000, usually things about this age, 10,000. In fact, I'll show you. I'll put it down just to show what are the ages. Right here. So you have your Mesolithic, Paleolithic. Let me see how to open that right here. And okay, let's try this one. All right, so you got your Paleolithic, you got your Mesolithic, and you got your Neolithic. So what I'm gonna do on this one, I'm going to clear it up first. Let me actually clear this up. And I'm going to just clear it from when we have touched on K. So right there. And I'm going to clear this bottom too. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to get things for the Paleolithic, the Mesolithic, and the Neolithic. So things about anything 10,000 and more, that's stuff that you're going to get, your Mesolithic and your Paleolithic. Sometimes you see that on different fossils, right? But we're going to squeeze it down to the biblical time scale. We're going to bring it down to the biblical time scale. And that's when Nathan Jeanson touched on a lot of these haplogroups, when he notes it, he puts it all down to a biblical time scale. And that's how we can get the understanding of it. So let's do that. Let's bring it down to a biblical time scale to get an understanding on why we see Israelites here, and we also find them here, and we find them here. All that's actually understood by genetic information. All right. So I'm just going to skip down a little bit because this is just talking about how we found E1B1A in Syria today. We know that it's still over there, but I'm going to go down a little bit. All right, so we're going to get deep. So let's get deep. So first things first, I want you to note the out of Africa idea is false because we can find humans, right, who people call Africans dealing with Neanderthals before the outer Africa time. Let me show you something. This is going to be something from Nature. It's about studies that showed a little bit difference with the outer Africa clock, and I'm going to read from it, but I'm going to talk about this little picture first, if I can open it. If not, I'm going to see if they got a PDF. Let's see here. I'll see if I can open it. Right here. It's too small. That's all right. That's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna show you what it basically is. Basically, I'm gonna read it. The slower molecular clock could also force scientists to rethink the timing of later turning points in prehistory, including the migration of modern humans out of Africa, right? Genetic studies of humans around the world have suggested that the ancestors of Europeans and Asians left Africa about 60,000 years ago. So that's your out of Africa scale. They say it's 60,000 years ago, right? They say it's 60,000 years ago. But this is what they find. That date, right? That date caused many to conclude that the 100,000 year old human fossils discovered in Israel represented a dead in migration rather than the beginning of a global exodus, right? So this person was what this person is saying, because they found fossils, and we're going to talk about it. They found fossils that were older outside of Africa than in Africa, right? This person says that calculations put out of Africa closer to, they say, move it up to 100,000 years ago, suggesting that the Israeli sites represent a launching pad for the spread of humans into Asia and Europe. But what's important to know is about this Afar Triangle. I'm going to teach you about the Afar Triangle. It's a region, what the Afar, and we're going to talk about some really, really ancient finds that they found. So I'm going to just tell you a little bit about what this is. In fact, let me show you. I'll go to over here and show you. So where are we starting at? We're going to be starting in the Paleolithic time. Right now, we're going to fill this chart up. We're going to put different haplogroups on this chart, and it's going to have to do with everything we show. So here's a little understanding of basically what happened, right? The world split, right? The world split after Noah, right? They land on Mount Ararat. Mount Ararat is about, here-ish. So about in this area. So Mount Ararat can be in this area, landing over there, and from there they all go their ways. I heard some people say it's here too, so it's like Mount Ararat can be in between these areas. It's possible, most likely here, but let's go over here. So basically there's an event that happens, and it has to do with the land of Arabia. Long ago, and I'm going to show you all the science to it. Long ago, there was no sea in between Africa and Arabia. Arabia and Africa were one. Long ago, Arabia, Israel, and Africa were one continent. And there's a fault line in between this area, and this fault line recently divided. And it caused the people to be separate. And it's very important to take note of. So the people actually started over here, right? They would have came from Mount Ararat, and they would have settled in, as it said, in Shinar, right? If you read about Nimrod, it said everyone settled in Shinar. And they end up going in different places after the fall of Babel, after God had sent them out, not by their genetics, but by their language, right? He sent them out by their language, and some was in different places with their own language. But I'm going to show you how people end up migrating here and going into the continent over here. And I'm going to show you how they also link with the groups over here, and how this group also went into the continent over here. And we're going to show that with the movements of people. So this is very important. It just talks about a certain rift and everything. It talks about how the continents were at one point in time and how there was a big change, how there was a separation of continents and things like that. And actually, it wasn't that long ago. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what happened, and what's the what we're looking at today is actually a result of all those things that happened. I'm going to go back over here. All right, so you can see right here, this is a little bit about that little thing. I'm going to read something from here about this little area right here that you see right here from the Arabia plate. That's the Eurasian plate. This is the African plate. The African plate includes Israel, the African plate. So that's very important. Just see that a little bit. Just going to get a little understanding for it. Let's go over here. All right. It says the region's salt deposits were created over time as water from the Red Sea, right? That's the Red Sea right here. There was no sea here at first. But let's keep on going and hear what it said. This is what it says about it. It says that the water from the Red Sea periatrally, right, throughout time, right, throughout different ages of time, right, the Red Sea periatrally flooded, right, the depression because it was actually sank in. We're gonna talk about that, and obviously the most recent such flood was roughly 30,000 years ago, right? 30,000 years ago. It says over the next millions of years, they just talk about how geologists expect, they basically want to see with the erosion and the Red Sea, right, to breach the highlands surrounding the Afar Depression, right? Because the Afar Depression, I'm going to show you a little bit of it. I'm going to show you about the Afar Depression because it actually is like a area that's made because of volcanoes. The volcanoes actually made this area. But the Red Sea and Israel was one. That continent was one. And it's not that long ago. Because I'm going to show you, when you see this 30,000, I'm going to show you that I can give you individuals that you can find mixing with Neanderthals extremely early. And I'm going to show you the dates for how old they are and different things like that to see those things. But let's go back up. So we're gonna get really deep. We're gonna get really deep today. Really deep. Really deep today. I'm just seeing if I skipped anything. All right, we're gonna get deep today. All right, just talks about that thing that was eroding at the Red Sea, right? And it just lets us know about the depression, Afar Depression. That's right there, what we were just looking at, right here. Just talking about that area and this Red Sea. At first, there was no water there. At first, there was no water there. All right, you see this water right here that flooded over time. That was this water that came in and flooded this area. But at first, it was a valley. At first, it was a valley. This used to be a valley right here. This was a dry land. It was like a little valley. And then the water came in and flooded it and separated it. And it made this different. And we're going to look at that and how those volcanoes did that. And we're going to connect it with Eber too, when the world has separated. Very important. So you can see what it's talking about there. Just letting us know. It says, talking about the area, he flooded the valley, right? Flooded the valley. That's very important. At the Red Sea, it flooded the valley. Geologists predict that in about 10 million years, the whole, just talks about everything of the East African Rift will be submerged. So just talking about, they think, over time, if time continued on, the water would go in here and fill up this area. The water out here would go out there and fill this area. This whole area will be submerged, is what they're saying. Let's say it end up being submerged. But over here, this got submerged. This just recently got submerged over here. That's what they're saying. So you can see the Earth's crust has already cracked open, making room for the magma below. It says, from the Red Sea to the Bogsy, I'm not saying that right, in the south, right? It's basically letting you know about this area here and these two areas, right? In the south, dozens of volcanoes have formed. The best known, it just talks about these certain mountains and everything, certain mountains that were there. Here's a little note for JPass if you want to read a little bit on it. But I'll show you a little more on that. So this is just a screenshot from that place. What is it basically saying? is that these were one. So what you're actually seeing in that picture, you're seeing before the divide, before the land divided, but before these continents were one. So it's a lot of ways to go into Africa with this all being one like that. It's very important. But we're going to note they go through it one way, through this way. We're going to note that. That's very important. So you can see where it talks about that. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compassed the whole land of Ethiopia. So you see what's going on there? So that's very important. That's very important. Very, very important. Let's go down. Okay, so now we're going to talk about a little bit of Eber. We're going to be connecting Eber and things like that. But first, just in case someone's wondering how that happened, I'm going to show a video on how that would happen. All right, so Eber had two sons, and the name of one was Peleg. And remember, let me actually show in case someone's not familiar with the biblical narrative, we're talking about Eber, right? Let me grab one of these that works. So we're talking about Eber. So you see Elam, this is Shem. He brought forth a few sons, right? But the line that we want to look at is the line of Eber. He has other sons, a lot of them, and he has other sons. So that's very important to know that we're going to have a lot of lineages that we're going to look at, but they're going to all be one family, all linked to one family. That's very important. None left out, none less than the other. So you can see what's going on here. Let's go back over here. And Shalom family, if you ever have any questions, let me know. But we're going to go about this as deep as possible. So watch what I'm going to show you how this worked or how this happened. 3:33 and 6. I'm going to show you how it happened. What happened, the summary of it.
What's strong with me?
What's strong with me?
What's wrong with me?
What's strong with me?
What's strong with me?
What's wrong with me?
Me!
Me. With me.
What is your name?
Stanton Carlisle.
From Academy Award winner Guillermo del Toro.
Used for advertising, for shop fronts and whatever. But today I'm going to show you what an isotope geochemist does with helium and neon, which is very different from these two uses of these gases. So let's focus on Africa, and just a little bit of a reminder about plate tectonics. The Earth's surface is covered by tectonic plates which move around relative to one another. And we're very familiar here in California about these tectonic plates. Presently, we're standing on the Pacific plate, and we don't have to go very far to get to the American plate. We just need to go to the Salton Sea, and that's where the San Andreas Fault is, and that's the plate boundary. And Africa yet into separate Somali and Nubian plates. So the rifting is ongoing. And this here, which is going to be the East African Rift Valley, is basically the plate boundary. So let's focus in on this plate boundary. What we have here is the Nubian and the Somalian plates. And just to the north, we have the Arabian plate. So what we have here is the juxtaposition of three separate kind of microplates meeting at this point here, which is called a triple junction. And if we follow the plate boundary to the south and the southwest, this is the plate boundary split in Africa. So what we'll have is these two plates here and here forming different land masses eventually. As we go further south, we see it's discontinuous. The plate boundary finishes here in this region of the so-called Kenyan Dome. But on the far side, on the western side of the Kenyan Dome, there's another split, a plate boundary. And it terminates down here, and this is Lake Malawi. So we have a kind of a discontinuous plate boundary system. Important to realize that these are so-called lithospheric plates. They comprise the crust and the uppermost part of the mantle. So what we have illustrated here is the lithospheric plate of the African plate. And it's moving laterally to the side. It's the solid part of plates at the Earth's surface. So it's rigid, moves apart in a rigid manner, and is underlain by mantle, which flows. And
So as always, this is going to be in the description. I don't know if I pause or not, but as always, this is going to be in the description. This one I'm gonna leave So I just want to show you a little bit of that, of what that is and what's going on there, right? Because we're going to be looking at some very ancient genetics. When you start seeing, the reason why I'm showing you these ancient things, because when you start seeing genetics, you understand. Here's another one, 16. Show a little bit, just a little bit here.
And how the continents must have been juxtaposed. Fossils that are...
Paleontologist Professor Mark McMenamin of Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts is an expert in fossil
Sorry about that. Just had to put this in another one real fast. All right, let's keep going. So basically what we're doing is just getting we're just starting out, getting an intro of the land, understanding the geography of the land.
Freshwater organism cannot cross a salty sea. And so if you find the fossils of a freshwater organism or a land creature on two continents that are now greatly separated by distance, they must once have been closer together.
By identifying like fossils on different continents, scientists can map which continents were joined in the past.
The fossil distributions will tell us where fossils occur and how the continents must have been juxtaposed. Fossils that are identical but occurring in very different parts of the world imply that the continents have drifted.
When he first proposed his theory of continental drift, Wegener was laughed at. The idea that continents could actually move was considered preposterous. The problem was he didn't know how the continents moved. The missing mechanism wasn't discovered until the 1960s. Plate tectonics is a view from space reveals Earth's continents as we know them today. There are 7 in total, but some are separated by a political divide rather than a geographical one. Africa-Eurasia is a supercontinent comprising of Africa, Europe, and Asia. It stretches from the Siberian Plateau in Russia to the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. A spectacular route across 3 continents, incorporating dramatic climate change, vivid scenery, and diverse cultures. However, Africa-Eurasia isn't the only supercontinent on the planet. Because the Panama Isthmus links North and South America together, they too can be thought of as one vast landmass. And if the Bering Strait between Russia and Alaska were to freeze over, it would be possible to walk from Cape Horn in South America to the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. A journey of around 25,000 miles.
All right, so we're just getting a start to get an understanding of these things. So we still see the signs of these separations today. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because I'm going to show you genetics as early as the early middle Paleolithic, and I'm going to show you them at the land of Israel in the Levant, and supposedly the genetics date to 240,000 years ago and 100,000 years ago. This is the oldest finds I've ever found, ever. It is associated with one of the earliest, obviously, the individual Homo sapiens outside of Africa. But wait till you see what we find of them. So it's going to be showing you some different ones in this area of Israel, right? It's going to be in the land of Israel. It's a long time ago. It's going to be a very, very ancient find of these things. So just some little information. It has some figures and stuff like that on this. Matter of fact, click this. So this is in fact, I already have this over here because some of the things I found was kind of hard to open, but I found some stuff like JPAS because I know some people use JPAS and JPAS isn't hard to get. And here's what it talks about it. It talks about it on this thing. So it just goes over what's going on there. You can see, just talk about some of the individuals that would be there. They say a date of 1 191,000 years ago. Now, the reason why is that old, that Bren like that, is just letting you know that's like the oldest fossils we can possibly find and possibly date. So that's just letting, and I'm gonna show you that what we find there. I'm gonna show you what we find there and different things like that. Click this, as I had to find sometimes different ones with the information. But regardless, I'm gonna make it clear, we find Natufians there. That's what we find there. We find Natufians, we find them in Galilee, Israel. What are Natufians? I'm gonna show you 100% with genetic information on who they are and everything. They say they're approximately 100 to 21 to 250,000 years ago. But you know, they talk about the Natufian, the fossils that we have are up to 12,000. So if we use Dr. Nathan Jensen's method, right? If it's at 12,000 BC, we're at the earliest possible. So we're gonna note that we see the Natufian. I'm gonna make sure we put that there. So right here in this time frame, we are gonna have Natufians. So I'm gonna put Natufian. Actually, I don't want it that big. I'll make it just that. I don't know if I can make the different. Maybe this one looks easy to read. This one's probably easy to read. I'm gonna see if there's one easier to read. This one's fine. I'll go to this one. Natufian. So Natufian, this one's not so easy to read. Let me make a letter that's easy to read. So when I'm doing this, we don't have a bunch of like confusing words, because once I do this, I'm gonna save it and we'll reflect back on it. But all this that you're seeing, you're gonna see the real reason why different individuals are in the location they're at. And this is one of the deepest studies that I did. All right. Natufian. That's all right. That works. So the Natufian we find in the Paleolithic time frame, and that's very early on. So that's very, very, very early on. Let's go back over here. So we're going to be, obviously, like I said, using this understanding just to get an understanding. It's not going to be perfect as it would be with Dr. Nathan Jensen, but getting a proper summary understanding of these things. So right here, Middle Paleolithic, I'm going to read to you what basically they found. But first, let's go a little more deeper into this little note. I'm going to close these because I know I need to close these when I go over them. If I don't, then it gets confusing. All right, so like I say, that's the Natufian, right? You can see a little bit that talks about them and everything. Little study. I'll show you the location. So right here, that's in the land of Israel. Gonna be over here, right? Get an idea of the location on the map. All right, gonna tell you that it's gonna be Natufian wherever the circle is. That's Natufian. So Natufian, 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 Natufian. So, and I'm gonna show you who the Natufian are, the genetics. We actually have two Y chromosomes that we can find as Natufian. This one, I don't know if I could turn sideways, but if you notice here, you're gonna see some. Let me go up a little bit. I'm sorry, this thing is a little hard to see, but you can see your late Natufians and stuff like that. And then you got some other groups. And we're going to talk about the Natufian and the other group that's there, because there's some other males that's there. And I'm going to show you their Y chromosome and their female DNA, which is very interesting and very deep. Very, very interesting. And it's very deep because what's there, what's inside of them. Very interesting and very deep. We'll go down a little bit. This one just talks about some mixtures and everything. And some more information, just talks about what they found there, the fossils and whatnot. It's just nice to see, like, just the papers to show they actually found something there. But we're gonna look at the actual individuals and everything. Just scrolling a little more, just to get that whole reference. All right, so go over here, and this is the cave. I'm gonna show you the cave. This is the cave where they got it. This is the cave right here. You can see it on the map right there on Israel. You can see what we found 200,000 years ago to 100,000 years ago. You can see also talks about it during the Neolithic period. right? The Neolithic period and the Natufian culture. So remember, the Natufian, their homeland is in Israel. And we can also note, just for the sake of fast traveling, the Natufian, their genetics are known to be E1B1B and E1B1A and E lineages. That's very important that we actually see those lineages there. And we're going to actually, as always, we're going to put these things on a chart, and we're going to make sure we make it monophyletic. Monophyletic means that we're going to make them one family. So you see what we see here? The Natufian E1B1. We're going to note this. We're going to come back to this. So we're going to note that. All right. So we're going to continue on. So we got to make it, remember, we got to make it monophyletic. I'm going to click this. Here's a little more. All right. So that's why I was showing you those things of the world. Now you see why I was showing you those things of the world. The world didn't look like this. This didn't look like this at that time. So they say this happened 30,000 years ago. Remember that they said this happened only 30,000 years ago. But the Natufian fossils we found predate that. So remember that on the biblical scale, because everything is actually got to be understood with the biblical time frame, right? Let's go back over here. And if you understand what the biblical time frame is, that's from Adam to us. If you calculate it, you'll know. All right, so let's read what it says here. This is a little information. Just let us know about the multiple humanoids that's found there. And it says dispersals of multiple Hananim, if I'm saying it right, dispersals into Southwest Asia over the past 400,000 years ago. Just to give a little information there. It says Northern Arabia, late Paleolithic, right? This is very important to understand. It says likewise show greater similarities to Africans, right? Assemblies, and it lets us know, then to those of Levantan woodland zone sites. That's very important. This let us know that some individuals in Arabia, right? They're not related to the ones in the Levant, but they're related to the ones in Africa. So it's letting us know there's different groups in the land of the Levant. It's letting us know there's different groups. And continued production of large hand axes and claves, right, in Central Arabia at the time of the Middle Paleolithic. Now we got some individuals. Let's put some places here. So we're going to have individuals in Israel. Let me actually make it look different. This one's not that great. Let me see. I should just stay with the one that was just the simple one. Let's see. I'm gonna click one. Let's click this one. Israel. So we found them in Israel and Arabia, and they have connections to Africa. And that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna connect all these. We're gonna connect all these. It's very important. We're gonna get an understanding on what's going on here, right? We'll get a good understanding of what's going on. All right, so let's continue reading. So it lets us know they had hand axes and claves in Central Arabia at the time of the Middle Paleolithic, had appeared in Northern Arabia, right? Indicates high level of population structure at this time, perhaps to the extent of different Hananim species occurrence in the region. This lets us know what's right. Is remember how we just seen there that who they were more closer related to, the ones in Arabia, were greater similarities to Africa. It's very important. It says it seems that much of Northeast Africa and Southwest Asia shared similar maternal culture. Why maternal? We're going to look at that and we're going to show you how it's all linked. Why the maternal? Why the mtDNA? Consistent with widespread dispersals of basically that's Homo sapiens, right? Dispersal of humans, right? Here's a little bit of that. That's what we just read from here. A little information there. It's got a little more on that. We can see the connection of these groups, right? In certain groups in different areas, right? In the connection of these different areas, we're going to get an idea of what's going on in Arabia. We're going to get a good idea of what's going on in Arabia. What's the movements here? What do we find here? What's the connection here? Right? What's happening there? So just talk about some movements and everything. And what can we find here, right? What's the genetic makeup, right, of these groups? We can get a good idea, right? It doesn't have one of those, like I say, that's sometimes we find those very nice ones with all the information there. We go up here real fast. It just went white. I probably gotta reopen it. Let me reopen it again. All right. I'm gonna close this. All right. Let this note load up real fast. I'm just turning my phone on so I can see when you guys, if you have any questions, if you see anything you want to ask a question on, or you want to get a little more detailed in, or you don't agree with something or something, let me know. As always, keep watching what the brothers are saying. Get an idea, All right, so whoops. Well, I don't know why I'm typing the Tufian on this. All right. I don't know why this thing keeps doing that. Let me see. I apologize that it keeps going white on me. It keeps messing up. If this don't work, I'm gonna just see if I can download it again from the thing. All right, let this load up real fast. So remember what we seen so far, the area called, I'm gonna see if I can type it down. I think it did it again. Yeah, it did it again. I'm just gonna, oh no, there you go. All right, that's all right. All right, we're gonna connect these. We're gonna connect these things. We're gonna be connecting these things as I always have multiple copies of stuff and whatnot as these things get important. So this is just showing you where different finds, where they got it and everything, showing you that it's really there. I'm just gonna go over here and open this up. All right, so now what's important is noting what groups are gonna be mixed in. I'm gonna show you what groups are mixed in. We're gonna find a male with a C group, and you're gonna also find your E groups. So what is important? You know that scripture where it says "Valley of Dry Bones." What you're gonna find out is that it's almost like a valley of dry bones is what we find with all these things. The valley of dry bones, right? The emergence of Neanderthals, right? Remember I showed you about that thing 30,000 years ago? Let me show you something real fast. I'm gonna show you why it's important. I'm gonna show you why that exact time frame is important, right? So it talks about that regional area, about the Red Sea, right? The most recent such flood was roughly 30,000 years ago. So you can see what's going on there. So it says it has evidence of a event happened there, that this area was flooded 40,000 years ago. So remember, the time frame, remember the biblical time frame as we go over these things. All right, so let me show you something. It's like a valley of dry bones. The emergence, because what happened was that flooding opened up and it revealed a bunch of fossils. I'm going to show you that. The emergence of Neanderthals is just as mysterious as their disappearance about 30,000 years ago. 30,000 years ago. A study of skulls from a possible burial pit in northern Spain. And we're gonna talk about what that name from Spain, right? What they call it, right? The Iberian Peninsula. We're going to talk about some of those things and how it has connections to the word Eber and things like that. Offers a glimpse into early evolution, right? That's very important. Very, very important. So it's letting us know about a certain pit that was found. And it obviously has some individuals there. I'm just going to click this. Just talks about the bones that they found there. This one doesn't have much on it. Just talks about that they found a couple of individuals. We're going to get deep into it, and we're going to look at those individuals and whatnot. I didn't mean to click that. Go back. All right. So basically what's important about that, I don't know if you saw it. Let me make sure I click it so you can see this. They basically were who they called Neanderthals. Some groups were accidentally called Neanderthals. and they actually did a report on it and said, oh, they weren't actually Neanderthals, but they're a very interesting group, which we're gonna talk about. They have Y chromosome T, and we're gonna talk about it. I mean C, and we're gonna talk about that. So let me just read a little bit here about what they say here. Just talks about those Neanderthals in the Upper Paleolithic. So you're going to see some connections with these groups. And what they call Neanderthal, I'm going to show you that it's just ancient European with C groups and some of the European females. It says, in the early study, we found that the Upper Paleolithic Homo sapien individuals, right, may misclassify as Neanderthals for two reasons. Because they accidentally I'm gonna show you the actual genetics. I have one of those really nice looking ones with the actual female and male separations we're gonna look at. In an earlier study, it just talks about these individuals that these groups that I'm gonna show you, they accidentally be called Neanderthals sometimes, but they have C. It says if they possess a suit, they just talk about a little bit of them with the Neanderthals and everything. I'm just gonna go up here. And I'm gonna talk about this too, this part right here. All right, let me talk about this right here. Watch what it says here. The Northern African American sample in ancient times. Why African American? Because you're gonna see something interesting. Sample had the highest frequency, 30% of unclassified individuals, right? The Northern African Atrian sample had the highest frequency of 38% of unclassified individuals. That's very important. All of which possess fewer than 10 traits. So it's going to be talking about these individuals in Africa. However, all misclassified individuals this is very important. I'm going to show you the ones that were misclassified, show you their real classification, what they actually are in these areas. Let's go down. I'm going to read something from a book here. I think I'm going to copy the whole thing. Let me try to do that again to make sure that's there. All right. Just going to see here. This is actually from that book. This is from that book. But I'll show you the book. As we're just starting to get close, as you know how it goes, I try to give some history and some background first before we dive in. So this is just talking about some things, a little list what they found. It's not too much on this book, but it does have, a little information about the fossils they found and everything, comparing everything together. And it's gonna be real interesting what they found. I'm gonna show you what they found on there, and what they look like. It's very interesting what they found. So you got some jawbones and everything. That's great for getting fossil genetics and everything from it. So this is just a little information and everything. Just gonna go here, make sure I make no notes on that. Yep, see conclusion. So that's a conclusion on this. They do an introduction and everything. Just talk about the origin. Just talk about some things of the descent of men, their little thing, right? Breaking the idea of Darwinism. Gonna go down a little bit to the conclusion and read the conclusion real fast. So you're gonna see, we're gonna talk about this. You see these C groups? We're gonna talk about these C groups, C1 and C2. We're gonna talk about these C groups. This talks a little bit about it, about the specimens with these groups, with these haplogroups. We're gonna look at this, but I'm gonna show you one with a little more a straight detail of it. So these are the individuals, C. They're gonna have C1 and C2. That's the ones who they misclassified as Neanderthal. You can see right here, they are not supported by the recent direct dating of the Taban C1 specimen to between 100,000 years ago, right? 112 BC to 143 BC. You see what's going on there? Very old. This is the one misclassified as Neanderthal. It says because this specimen possibly association with a common recognized Neanderthal and is where you see what's going on there, right? You're going to see what's going on, and how they got mixtures with the earliest modern human populations outside of Africa. So you're going to see what's going on there in the upper Paleolithic time. So what do we see here already? We see C1 and C2. We're going to put that down. We're going to get a little more detail here. What do we see in this time frame? C haplogroup. So this is going to be your haplogroups. Down here is going to be haplogroups. Up here is going to be location, people in location. Down here will be your haplogroup. So we have a C, so C1 and C2. Very important. So let's just put C1 and C2. So we find C1 and C2 in the upper Paleolithic. So very important. And in fact, on this side, I'm gonna make this purple, and I'm gonna put on this side the upper. So this is gonna be your upper Paleolithic. So I'm just gonna leave that like that. Let's go over here. Let's keep going down. So I'm gonna show you evidence. I'm gonna show you what basically I'm gonna show you today is evidence of E1B1A. E1B1A was in the Middle East and also left Jerusalem. But first, let me show you this. So there's going to be evidence of E1B1A. It was in the Middle East and left Jerusalem. Just to show you this for the extra. Another contrast between Levant and Arabia is the excess of African ancestry in Arabia populations. Remember we looked at that earlier? Remember we had seen that earlier? What do we find earlier? Right here. It says the Northern Arabian late middle Paleolithic, right? Late middle Paleolithic, right? Likewise, show greater similarities to African groups, right? Than to the Levantan groups, because who's in the Levant? E1B1B. Who's in Africa? I'm going to show you who's in Africa that's related to the ones in Arabia, ancient Arabia, E1B1A. But let's keep going. Let's keep going down. And we're going to talk about this because it's going to show some very interesting things and whatnot. And that's going to explain what you see right here in Arabia. See what you're seeing right there? You're going to see some very interesting things and how they got to here and how they went back around. So we're going to talk about that as we go on. We're going to talk about these groups and individually on where they are. It's very deep, very interesting. So you can see right here, going on and continuing on. Let's talk about the ones that left Jerusalem in 70 AD. Because 2,000 years ago, that's 70 AD. Another contrast between the Levant and Arabia is the excess of African ancestry in Arabia populations. We find the closest source of African ancestry for most populations in our data set is Bantu speakers from Kenya. So Bantu is usually one type of line. It's going to show a example. Usually when they're E1B1A, they usually just refer them as Bantu. They just right away give them as Bantu. You can see right here, just a little talk of the groups who largely belong to E1B1A clad and everything. They just talk about everything. They say that they are the Bantu pretty much. That's one place, but I have a few different places where that's talked about. You can see it talk about the Bantu expansion and stuff like that. Here's one right here. Here's the Bantu people. It's a little bit about it. You can see they're 86%, right? I can show you like when they talk about the migration and everything, 86% of the Bantu and everything. Very important. What is this? Just want to click this just to see. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Just a little bit connection to the migration. I'll just put that there for now. But Bantu are E1B1A. Bantu are E1B1A groups. That's just important. This is just for something else. This just talks about after they left, Jerusalem, they went into Arabia and they moved into Africa. That's a migration of itself we can talk about. But let's continue. Let's continue on. Let's continue to talking this because we can link the Bantu to the land of Arabia and the Levant. So another contrast between the Levant and Arabia is the excess of African ancestry in Arabian populations, right? We found the closest source of African ancestry for most populations of our data set is Bantu, right? Speakers from Kenya, right? In addition, right? contributions from Nilo-Sahara speakers from Ethiopia, we estimate the African admixture in the Middle East occurred within the last 2,000 years. So they say that the mixture had happened for the last 2,000 years with populations at least 2,000 years. So 2,000, what is 2,000 years back from here? Isn't that around the time 70 AD and they're in Arabia and the Levant? With most populations showing signals of admixture between 500 to 1,000 years ago, right? In agreement with previous studies. You can see what's going on there. We'll get a little more deeper into it, a little more deeper. So note these Bantus, right? The Bantus are E1B1A. That's very important. I'm going to click this. This is what we were reading. It's going to have a little more. This is a genomic history of the Middle East. That's what you're seeing there. A little bit of the information is connecting Africa and the Middle East, right? And you want to know why they're lactose intolerant? It was a mutation. At first, they was all lactose free, and then after a while, they had a mutation and they all lost it. So that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a major change, and you can see right here, Arabia, Levantins, highly related. We're going to talk about these things because they're going to talk about how they're connected. We're going to talk about some things, and we're going to also talk about the connection with the Neanderthals and stuff like that. So you can see what's going on there. So just a little fly through of information on this thing. You know, it's going to be talking about the migration, their origin, right? They're going to be saying, is that their origin? And they're going to be connecting them to Africa. You can see they're going to be going to Africa, but they're going to be like, is this the origin? Then they left and they went to these areas. What area is that? We're going to be talking about this area here. And we're going to be talking about these areas. And that's you see that same area right there? This right here, that name right there. You see this area right here? We're going to talk about some really interesting things. We're going to talk about some really interesting things. So they went into these areas here, and they went down. So this one, I'm going to just put it down here. So you can see a little bit what they talk about here. We find an association between movement and admixture of populations in the region and the spread of Shemitic languages, right? Finally, we identified variants. We're going to talk about some of these things and the mixture of these groups and everything. We're going to talk about the mixture, the spread, right? And what's happening with these groups. What's happening with these groups? What's actually happening? A little more talking on them, right? Just talk about this. You see what it's talking about here? It's going to say the advantage of using this linked read technology. Just talks about everything, what's going on there. All populations investigated speak Arabic, right? A Shemitic language of Afro-Asiatic language family. Arabic is of the Afro-Asiatic family, right? With exceptions of the Iraqi Kurdish groups who speak Kurdish and everything, and Iran and all the ones of the Indo-European family. You can see what's going on there. So just letting us know a little bit about that. Remember that Afro-Asiatic is connected to, remember that. That's very important. In fact, let's go down and let's also link that with E1B1B. A little bit what's said about E1B1B here. All right. Go down here. So a little bit. Look what it says right here. Let's go right here. Watch what it says here. Haplogroup E1B1, formerly known as E3B, represents the last major direct migration, they say, from Africa into Europe. From Africa to Europe. Okay, let's see. It says it is believed to have first appeared in the Horn of Africa approximately 26,000 years ago. But that's what's important is that the finds that we found is much older than these. I didn't even know finds get as old as the ones that we found 20,000 years ago, and dispersed to North Africa and the Near East during the late Paleolithic and Mesolithic periods. So let's keep on keeping on, right? Watch what it says here. It just talks about these ones originate this time, right? But the ones we found was from 250. Right, 250 BC, and those ones that would have your Natufian E1B1B, because your Natufian culture is E1B1B. plus the C. But you can see here, E1B1B lineages are closely linked to the diffusion of Afro-Asiatic languages. So who's closely linked to Afro-Asiatic languages? E1B1B. And what time frame? Paleolithic and Mesolithic. So all we can put now, E1B1B. What else we have here? E1B1B. Well, let me make that a different color. E1B1B. And then also in the Mesolithic time frame, we have E1B1B. So in this time frame, we also have that as well. Let me just make a line here, or I'll make it thinner. Let's make a few lines here. All right. All right. All right. So far we got, this is what we got so far, right? Now remember, if E1B1B is at this time frame, what does that automatically mean? That means E1B1, that means E1, your E lineages are in this time frame. That's when your E lineages are. So E1B1 is in this time frame. But we'll leave it like this for now until we hear E1B1. So remember, if E1B1B is here, E1B1B splits from E1B1A and E1B1C. We're going to talk about some of those things. But your E lineages are over here, but your E1B1 makes them. That's very important. We'll talk about that when we get there and get some more of that. All right, so let's talk about some of these groups. You see this group right here? We're going to talk about this one as well. All right, just talks about some individuals and everything. Just go down a little bit. It just talks about some groups that they found. I'm just gonna click this and scroll. It just talk about some of the ones that they tested and everything. They can link them to the Natufians and whatnot and get some relations there. You can see right here what they're talking about here. Say that they come from here, they go over here, they go down and everything, and they spread throughout all these different areas. We have a lot of different individuals there, right? And this tree on this little page, they also talk about populations. This population potentially introduced the Y chromosome J into the region. They'll say that the majority of the J haplogroup in our data set correlates, but look what it says here, only 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, right? Agreeing with the potential Bronze Age expansion because they came in the Bronze Age. That's important. These ones came in the Bronze Age. However, we did find rare earlier the basically spreading of lineages, right? Correlating with 17,000 years ago. Or 17,000 years ago. The haplogroup common in Natufian, E1B1B, is also frequent in our database, with most lineages coinciding 8,000, 7,000 years ago, right? Though we find a rare deep Y chromosome, which correlates 39,000 years ago. So you can see what's going on there. Which one's more older? Which one's the origin here for the Afro-Asiatic language? E1B1B. So that's very important. If E1B1B is there, E1B1, which makes E1B1 there. That's very important. That's very, very important. All right. So you can see a little bit what's going on there. They just talk about some of the lineages that they find and everything. Go down. Just talks about some of the mixing. We're going to talk about some of these mixing, some of the mixing that happened and everything. We're going to talk about this. This just some other things right here. Let's go down. Just showing this got a lot of information. Let's go over here. I'm gonna close this so this doesn't try to confuse me. All right, so we already see some E's there. We see some E lineages there, right? We know that 2,000 years ago we do have connection of E1B1A to the Levant. That's very important. Watch what it says here. What we just looked at. We found. Watch what it says here. We found that most present-day Middle Easterners can be modeled as deriving their ancestry from 4 ancient populations. They say Levant. It says Levantan. That's gonna be the Neolithic Levantan. Your Neolithic Iranians, right? Hunter-gatherers. That's very important. And this is very important. You see this person right here. we're going to look at this Mota. We'll see this Mota again. We're going to look at this Mota. This Mota has E1B1. It's actually a branch from E1B1A. This is going to be v38. We're going to look at that. And a 45,000-year-old East African Mota, right? We observed a contrast between the Levant and Arabia, right? Levantins have access to, just talks about some of the ancestry, which we showed previously had arrived in the Levant after the Bronze Age, along with people carrying ancient Southeast European Anatolia ancestry. So that lineage that they're talking about, that Southeast Anatolia ancestry, is that J that you've seen there, and the different lineages that came there through Anatolia. Our results here show this ancestry is much higher in the Levant compared to Arabia. Another contrast between the Levant and Arabia is the, watch what it says here, another contrast between the Levant and Arabia is the excess of African ancestry in Arabian populations. You see what it's just said there? So again, another contrast between the Levant and Arabia is the access of African ancestry in Arabian populations. So we're gonna find out what they find there, what actually is some of the genetic finds that they found out. Note that name Mota, that Mota is very important. You see where we're talking about the Mota individual up here? I'm gonna show you their genetics. They're gonna have an E lineage. First, let me show you this. All right. So scientists have discovered DNA in a 4,000-year-old person from Africa. Now they found them in Africa, but wait till you find out what they actually found out. They found out that this person that they found, they actually found out that this person right here, right? Let me make sure I can see what it says. Scientists have found a complete assemblage of DNA from an ancient human in Africa for the first time. What? Why? What do you mean the first time of a person in Africa for in this time frame? It's because I'm gonna show you how this person links to that same area. We're gonna look at that. So you're gonna say it's dubbed Mota, right? Go down from a cave called Mota, right? In the highlands of Ethiopia, right? So remember, I showed you that imprint on that land from here. Something has to do with Ethiopia that we're gonna note with the area of the Arabians and this land. So we're gonna note something with these lands. We're gonna note something. All right. Go back over here. There's a little bit of it. Okay, so he says, then researchers were able to recover Mota's entire genome from genetic material in the skeleton inner ear. So usually they get it from the ears. That's where they get most of the genetics and everything. Just talk about some things, a discovery about a migration. We're going to note the migration here. It's about the migration. That's why it's important. They found it in Africa, but we're going to note the migration of ancient humans. It's going to be very important, right? Because humans did not start in Mesopotamia. It's important. They actually started above. Using Mota's DNA, researchers have presented a theory that people from the Near East, with Mota is supposed to be from Africa, but I'm going to show you the genetics that we find there. Let's find out who Mota is. Using Mota's DNA, researchers have presented a theory that people from the Near East, now the Middle East, began moving into Africa about 3,000 years ago. All right. So Mota is older than that, but they're saying that he actually went back into Africa. Why? Because they have an older example of Mota outside of Africa. That's what we're going to look at. And it's very important. It says, which could indicate that people from other parts of the world had not entered in his region of Africa, because his region of Africa was, no one's there. No one's in his region of Africa. We're going to talk about that. So it says, did not enter into his region of Africa at the time he was alive. However, researchers say that they have to uncover more DNA from ancient Africans to further test the argument. All right, so let's go a little more and let's get a little understanding on it. By comparing this person's DNA to that of, because this person, I'm going to show you what they found 7,000 years ago, or even 12,000. It says to that of the ancient Europeans and modern populations, because that's what I'm showing you here. I'll show you what I'm reading to you. And as always, if you have any questions, I'm just going to keep watch and see how everyone's doing. Shalom, shalom. All right. From a very old skeleton, right? You actually get into real Valley of Dry Bones. That's what's happening. New insight on ancient migrations. So you can find out their ancient migrations, right? What's going on here? Very deep. Let's go to the screenshot or to the read. It says, by comparing this person's DNA to the ancient Europeans and modern populations, the researchers were able to demonstrate that the Eurasians who migrated to Africa descended from populations of early Neolithic farmers that colonized Europe early 7,000 years ago. What is it saying here? Who's this Mota? We got to who this Mota, what genetics this Mota has. It says they were able to show that the Eurasian migration into Africa left a larger genetic signature and reached a broader geographic area than previously thought. So we're gonna look at here. We're gonna look at something. What's going on here? All right. So note, I'm gonna show you something right here. So I just showing you a little bit from this right here, just talking about the connection here with this individual and everything. I'm gonna close it, get a little more deeper into it. Let me see what this is. Close this one. Well, yeah, close this one. All right, let's get a little more deeper into it. All right, projecting ancient ancestry in ancient modern day Arabians and Iranians, right? Very important. They're gonna be projecting the information for the migration, It's very important. Gonna be looking at some things here, connecting individuals, right? Gonna be looking at some things here. Let's go over here. Let's see what it says here from academia. Let's see what it says here. All right, so we're gonna note a very special group, and I'm gonna introduce you, if you've never seen them, the Iberian Asians. I don't know how you pronounce that, but that's as best as I can pronounce that. Maybe I'll type it down and we'll try to pronounce it a little better. Also, the ancient you see that name? Ibram Asians. You see that name right there? I'm gonna show you where that comes from, and we're gonna look at that. Ibram Asians, right? Specimens could been part descendants of basal Eurasians. Hold on. Let me show you who these groups are and where we find them. We're going to find out who these are, and we're going to find out where we find them. It says specimens could have been part of descendants of basal Eurasians. It says as they have shared genetic, right, affinities with early Halokine Near Eastern. So they share with the Near Easterns. Who? The Natufians. Who is the Natufians? You know what the Natufians are. The best proxy are the Natufians. And 1/3 of input with sub-Saharan Africans, a mixture between Western and Eastern Africans. Let's look at see what he's talking about here. What do you mean that the Eurasian or the Africans have connection to the Eurasian and the Easterners? What do you mean here? What's going on here? Let's keep going. Let's keep diving. We're still diving. We're still digging deep. We haven't seen nothing yet. We'll look at the Iberian Asians, but first let's get an understanding on that name, right? There's a certain name on there. In fact, let me go down and grab something real fast because I already want to get to these individuals. We're going to talk about some very special individuals. They have E1 lineages. I don't want to show it too soon, but I'm going to click it. Iberian Asians. I don't know. I call them Iberian Asians. I don't know. Go up here. All right, so first let me show you them. All right, so here they are. This is gonna be a group that went into Africa. They came into this area. They're gonna be settling the areas of Africa, and they came in through Africa. And we're gonna note who they are and everything. So they're gonna be a very interesting people. In fact, let me show you what they look like. Here's a little idea of what they could look like. Right here is a kind of a picture. Ibero-Asians, right? They are people in Southwest Africa. We're going to talk about them and everything, get an idea on who they are, right? Get an idea on who these individuals are and everything. All right. So we're going to talk about this group that's going to be from up here. It's going to be a group that has settled up here. But they're very interesting. Let's go over here. Shalom, shalom. All right. We'll close this. All right. All right. So let's hear what it says a little bit on this information. So here's a little information. Why? Because we're going to be talking about the lands of Iberia, Spain, right? Portugal. This is going to be very early on. This is why I study this, because it's nothing new under the sun. I find things that happen now are things that happened long ago, and you have a constant repeat in time, as there's nothing new under the sun. Then there's no one new under the sun. All right, so the connection between Iberu and the Hebrew is even stronger when we realize that the word for Hebrew is actually ivory, right? Or what you see right here, I'm probably pronouncing it weird, Iber. That's the word for Hebrew is Iber or Eber, right? Eber, the name Eber is where you get the word Hebrew. So when you think of the land that Spain is at, is actually named off of Eber, off of the Hebrews. And I'm going to show you why, because the people of the descendant, they went down into Africa, but they actually coned it. They went down into Africa, coned Africa. Some of them went down here. I'm going to show you that some of them followed this path. There was a path that was there, and they followed the path, and they dwelled all the way down here, and they're all the same. All of them are the same. But the Hamites settled over here, which is recorded. The Hamites settled over here in these areas. But the Shemites, they also graded this area, and they settled in these areas. And we're going to note who they are. And what's special about them is their mtDNA. Their mtDNA is very special, because when they was up there, they was actually mixing with the Neanderthals, right? So it's very important. This supports a Neanderthal modern human admixture event after the basal Eurasian lineage, right? After what happened, right? At the divergence. But prior to the separation of the European and Asian pool, the later on mixture of basal Eurasian descendants with Western Eurasians and West and Southwest Asian possibly, right? It's very important. We're going to talk about some of these things on the mixture that was happening there with the Neanderthals and what happened with these ones. Very important. And this is how we're going to get our ones they're called from Eber. And note what happened. What does Eber mean? So it's Hebrew. You see Eber, right? And go down a little bit. This is why we was talking about Eber. Also note Eber. What does Eber mean? Region beyond. What does Eber mean? A region beyond. Eber means a region beyond. That's very important, right? Comes from the word, from this Hebrew word, right? Which comes from the word to pass over, through, or to pass on, right? To be basically far away, right? From a long distance. Sometimes it's talked about with words of long distance or a location far away, right? Very important. Sometimes you see that talked about with Hebrew, always meaning exile and everything. But now let's talk about this. The reason why I'm showing you that is because we're talking about this population of Ibero-Asians, I don't know how you say that. Ibero-Asians, right? Eber-Asians, right? From Eber. We're going to talk about these. We're going to talk about these groups in this area. But first, let me show you what genetics they have. I'm going to click this again so we can get a look at this, right? We're going to talk about these lands here of Eber. I'm going to show you something. So look at the dates here. You see how old this is? 23,000, 11,000 years ago. See what's going there? Upper Paleolithic, right? All the way to the Stone Age. Let me show you what's going on here. What they talking about here? They say right here, they talk about these groups. They say right here, the capspan is the believed either to have spread into the North Africa from the Near East. We're going to see, or have evolved from the Iberasians. We're going to talk about this group that came from the Middle East. So it's very important. We're going to talk about the connection with them and everything. Let's go down a little bit. All right, so what's special about these group? One, we already know what genetics they have. They have right here, it says right here about these individuals, the scientists found that all males belong to haplogroup E1B1B. That's very important. Now, what's important is there is a male that's not mentioned on here, and I'm going to talk about him. I'm going to talk about him because it's not usually mentioned, but we do find E lineages, E1B1A, that went down there with them. That's very important. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that and a mixture with the Natufian related and 30% sub-Saharan African ancestry. That's very important, which the later having both West African like and these different ones. So, right, who's in West Africa? Well, who they talking about when they say West Africa, right? You know, right? Very important, right? You can see what's going on here. A two-way admixture scenario using Natufian and modern sub-Saharan samples, right? See what's going on there? These groups, right? Including West Africans. Who's in West Africa, right? We think it's talk about, you know, we talk about. But you can see right here what's going on here. All right, so let me go up a little bit, and we're gonna also obviously show how E1B1A moved with them in their migration. We'll talk about that. Not just E1B1A, but our lineages and A lineages in ancient times moved together with them. We're gonna talk about it. So this is what I was just showing a little bit of the information. We'll go back down and talk a little bit more on their genetics. All right, so a little bit here is a book. Let me make sure and see important. Note on age. All right. So a little bit here. This is going to be important. This is going to be important for this information I'm going to show you real fast. So note the age of these Iberians, right? Note the age of how old that is. See that age there? I'm going to show you an age that fits in between that age of the individuals that went down there. Because what happens is they loop, and I'm going to show you the loop. I'm gonna summarize when we get to the end. I'm gonna summarize and show you what's going on here. All right, so basically what's happening here is gonna show you why variants in Southern African, right, and in certain groups that went into Southern Africa, and what this is gonna explain. What this is gonna explain is how you know, right? They're not there at that time, but they're here. Who are they with? They're with this group that I'm showing you here. They're with this group at that time, but they also later. From this area, some of the groups here, they're still expanding down. They're going to be down here, and they're going to be found down there. You're going to note that this is going to be the one that reached. These are going to be ones that reach all the way to the bottom, right? They left the Levant, and they're going to be going down to the bottom. I'm going to show you here. They left with some A groups, A and B, A groups. Where you can see here, they've been there longer in Africa. The A and B groups. I'm going to go down to a chart here. So your A, you can see right here, we can get a little idea on these things. Go down. You can see here who was there with them. E1B1A and E1B1B. So E1B1A and E1B1B, we found moving together, right? That's very important. That's just one piece. We're gonna put some more pieces together. We're gonna put some more pieces. So they're in Africa. They're already in Africa. What's important about that? Let me read you something here. Okay, watch what it says here. It says, this is going to be a book. It says, also, these relationships are even more evident in the correspondence analysis, where Moroccans cluster together with Western European and African Mediterraneans, Berber and all these ones, Iberians and stuff like that, apart from the Middle East Mediterraneans, right? They say Jews and Lebanese and whatnot. Iberians are, because remember, E is more closer related than J's and all that stuff. We'll talk about that when we talk about monophyletic groups. Iberians are closely related to North Africans, right? Iberians from Iberia are related to North Africans. That's very important. We're going to link that together. We're going to talk about that and link it together. I'm going down right here. Just talks about West Mediterraneans from both Africa and Europe tend to cluster together in our genetic analysis, right? Because they have E and everything. Just talk about a little bit here. This may be explained if northward Saharan migrations occurred between 10,000 and 4,000 BC. It says it may be assumed that Saharians spoke a similar language with local differences, like present-day Berber-speaking people do in places those of the Mediterranean coast, right? And talk a little bit about these things and whatnot. Go down a little bit and talk about something on here. So a little bit right here. Down here it says, it just talks about this is also confirmed by linguistic similarities between present day these groups and all these groups. You can see right here, just talk about your Berbers, your ancient Iberians, Minoans, and ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, and things like that. They all had similarities, right? That's very important. And it just talks about, you know, right here, just talks about a little bit of them, history, but they are probably descendants from primitive Saharians, which could be the origin of the part of the Sumerians, right? Egyptians, Minoans, Iberians, and these different groups in Western Asia, or Western civilizations and everything. Let's see what's going on there. So a little information there. There's a little more to it, but I'll come back to this in time. But first, I'll show you what I'm showing you. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because if you notice on here, you'll note that E1B1A is up to, you can see 14,000, right? Different things like that. In fact, this was not the age. A little down here is the age, or up here. Actually, right here, I think. Let's see. No, this is not it. But this one right here is what you're seeing here. You're seeing E1B1A. These are going to be some that went very, very low. You can see some groups here. Just go over on this thing here. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because they'll tell you, go up a little bit. Right here, just let us know of those individuals that's found, right? And this is going to be a very long time ago. That's what it's pretty much is talking about. It's talking about a long time ago. And you can find them in Africa pretty much long time ago. And that's what you're seeing here with the A's and B's. I'm just scrolling just to show you a little bit of some of these things. And then it'll talk about certain groups mixed and everything. That's just very important. Just a note for what I'm going to show next, the expansion time and everything. Just go down a little more just to show this last part down here. Just shows a little bit of these things. This is the time, you know, just a little idea of the time frame, you know, on some of these. But the reason why I'm showing you that is because this one right here. So remember how I said in the 10,000 and stuff like that, this one says 18,000. You know, you can say 12,000, 14,000, 10,000, right? 8,000 for this one. So you can see it'll be in between this time frame. That's very important. Some down there, some over here. That's very important. So the reason why I'm showing you that is because watch what it says here. It just talks about the Sahara, because the Sahara also went through a desertization. It says, in summary, a potential big population is exited across the Sahara Desert and North Africa, which had a genetic, linguistic, and possible genetic identity, right? This people was forced to immigrate in the time of Arad weather, or basically the bad weather that happened, weather fluctuation, which occurred in the last 18,000 years, right? Because they was in that area. It's going to be a change, right? We're going to talk about it, the desertization. I'm going to show you a picture of it. And only when desert became widespread and difficult to inhabit may have definitively basically caused them to, you know, move, right? It migrated towards the northern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, right? Atlantic islands, and towards the pretty much over here, this little area after 6,000 BC. We're going to talk about these things. We'll talk about these things in a little more detail. But the reason why I'm showing this is because it's basically letting us know that the individuals that moved there, they themselves, like I showed you, they have connection to the ones in the upper coast. So different ones have connections to the ones in the upper coast. That's very important. We're going to talk about some of those things, being connected and everything. So it's a very, very interesting and deep read. Just a little bit on that. You know, it talks a little bit about different individuals and their movements throughout different areas. So very, very interesting, very deep read. I'll show a little bit of that a little later, something else on that. Close this. So you can see this group here. We're going to talk a little more on this group. All right, so new arrivals in Spain. I'm going to show you their mtDNA. We also got their mtDNA. So we can look at their mtDNA. So right here, over the sands and far away, right? Interpreting the Iberian maternal, or basically female DNA, mitochondrial lineage with ancient Western African origins. Okay, so what does that mean? We're finding out that in the land of Spain in ancient times, there was some L3s that's going to go up here. That's very important. That's very, very, very important. So we're going to find some L3 lineages that's going to go up into that area. Let's look and see what's actually talked about here. So as you can see right here, what's talking about 5 members of a minor branch of haplogroup L3F were found in recent DNA samplings in the regional area. So that's L3F, right? That's different individuals with different L3s. Like, for example, my wife is L3E. So this is L3F. They will be in different locations. That's very important. The frequency of L3F, right? Because remember, there's different Shemite women from different Shemites and things like that. So they go in different areas. It's very important. I'm going to show you that these are Shemites. I'm going to show you that. And in fact, I already did a video on L3. L3 was found supposedly 125,000 years ago in Syria. That's important. So L3 variant just talks about everything, what's going on there when it's a deep Africa, right? 18,000 years ago and everything. And it's found in Spain, right? Found in Spain. We'll talk a little more on that, right? The results, right? L3 variant found in this area. I'm just going to copy right here just to show where that is on the map. Right here. Says that it was found here. So L3 was found over here. That's where L3 was found. So L3 found there. So L3F variant found in that area in Spain seems to coincide or constitute an Iberian specific haplogroup, right? This is saying that F3F is special to that area, right? The area called Iber, right? Very important. Specific to haplogroup, distantly related to lineages in southern. Why is it different? Because your L3 is not the same as the ones with the Natufian that we're going to talk about their female lineages that they have there. We're going to talk about what they have. This one's actually connected with your E1B1A. That's very important. It says distantly related to lineages in northern Africa with a deep ancestry to Western Africa. It says this is very important. Just talks about connecting the connecting algorithms. Pretty much estimate the maximum arrival time as 18,000 years ago, and a possible route through. I'm gonna show you what route did he go through. Right, this route is pretty much just talking about. I don't know if this would show me. So here's the route that they took right here. So a route through this area. So they went through. So that's what he's saying there. So a route through the little area connecting Spain and Africa, right? Conclusion, results are basically concorded, are basically aligned with a previous proposed Neolithic connection between Southern Europe and Western Africa, which would be key to the proper understanding of the ancient links between the two continents. All right, but let's get a little deeper, because now we're going to look at what's going on with these Natufian. Now, this group right here, this group that I was telling you about, they got a very special look to them. We're going to talk about it. We present genetic DNA from 15,000-year-old modern humans, right? This is going to be very important. This is going to be this group, Eurasians. I don't know why I can't say that AURUS. That this part got me right here. My pronunciation. If you don't know, I have what's it called? A pronunciation deficiency, but I pronounce it as and Eurasians, right? Amorasians, right? Culture, right? From Morocco, we find a genetic affinity with early Haliolithic. I'm hoping saying that right. Haliocene. I'm gonna say how you say that. I always get that word weird. Haliocene Near Easterners. So what is it saying here? It's saying that these individuals are Near Easterners, best represented by Levantan Natufians. So remember, we just found out what's going on with the Natufians. Remember, we just found out that the Natufians are a group of individuals that were over here in the Levant. So that's very important. So about this time frame, we get E1B1. We get E1B1. Right? And what do we also confirm? That E1B1, right? Or E1B1B, it was in Spain. We want to talk about this. It was in Spain, and also L3. L3 was in Spain. L3F was in Spain. It was very important. It's very, very important. We'll talk about that. We'll talk a little more on what's going on with those groups, right? But notice what it says here: best represented by Levantan Natufians, suggesting a pre-agricultural connection between Africa and the Near East. What did it just say? It said Africa and the Near East are highly related. Let's keep going. Let's see what they found there. So you can see, what did they find? E1B. E1B1 is very important. It says all individuals, just talks about what's going on here, assessment of the 6 males and everything. And it's going to talk about the individuals that they found there. All individuals could be represented, could be assigned to haplogroup E1, E1B1B. But there's 2 groups here, right here and here. These 2 groups are actually E1B1. So let's put down the chart. So remember how I said that? How E1B1 will be right here. We'll put E1B1B or E1B1, E1B1 right here, because E1B1 makes E1B1B. So we have to have E1B1 before E1B1B. That's very important. What else does E1B1 make? E1B1B make? E1B1A. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that as we proceed. As we proceed forward, we'll talk about these things. All right, so we're going to have some E1B1Bs there. A lot. Very important. All right, so if you don't know about the aberrations, I'm going to show you something. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but that's how I got to pronounce it. So I'm going to show you the migration of these some. And guess what they like? They got blue eyes. Let me show you something what it says about them. These E1B1B individuals, it says that their analysis was performed on 4 of those individuals that we've seen there, those E1B1B individuals, right? From this location, right here, right? The E1B1B individuals go down. It says that 4 of the T4 alt individuals with higher genetic coverage, it says those ones from the T4 alt individuals tested did not carry either of the these alleles, right? What you see right here, these alleles associated with lighter skin color, this alleles associated with blue skin color, or the alleles associated with lactose persistence. But it says, however, they were found to carry ancestral, this one associated with dark eye color. Now this one right here, I'm gonna go a little deeper, and I'm gonna show you that what they actually do look like. They do have different color, different hair color, and different skin color. We'll talk about that. You can see right here, just talks about those Africans and everything linked to the Near East and sub-Saharan African populations. So we're gonna look at this. We're gonna link them so you can see what's going on there in Morocco 15,000 years ago. So it says that they're linked also with the sub-Saharan Africans, right? That's very important. What's going on here, right? Gonna have some connection. We know that they have connection with the Near Easterns, right? With the Natufian and everything. And you can see that it says individuals, says 1/3 sub-Saharan African. You can see what's going on there. 1/3 sub-Saharan African. Very important with these things. I'm gonna click this to get a little more into it, as I know I had a timestamp on this. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this is because I'm gonna show you what's going on right here. Basically, I'm just gonna talk about some things right here. Here's the DNA. Note the lineages that they have there. So E1B1B, and note the lineages that they have there. They have female lineages. So this is very important. You can see what's going on here. Just read a little bit about them. We found a cluster between the North African and East Africans, right? It says individuals also inhabit higher level, also, right? They have your North Africans, East Africans, also higher levels of sub-Saharan African, right? Ancestry, then do North Africans, right? They have sub-Saharan African, then do the North Africans. The sub-Saharan African DNA in these individuals is drawn out most of all, right? Just let us know of the ones in that area and everything, right? Basal sub-Saharan African lineages, right? Just talk about those lineages and everything, right? The sub-Saharan African DNA in this area that we was talking about, individuals of the Iberasians, right? Iberasians, right? The ones we just talked about. It just talks about that the culture may be best represented in modern West Africans, right? You can see what's going on there. So E1B1B, and I'm gonna show you where these come from, where those U come from. So what do we see with the E1B1B? We see M, we see U, we see U's, U6. These are female lineages. We see a U6 and we see M's. We see U6 and we see M groups. Very important. So U6 and M groups. Very, very important. U6 and M groups. M1B. M1B. So and that's what we see there. So we see U6 and we see M1B. Where are those coming from? We're going to find out. So you can see what's going on there. See, they got your U6A and your M1B. So U6A and M1B lineages. That's very important. So these are the groups in the Natufian. They're going to have E1B1B. That's very important. So we're going to note what's going on there. So it's going to let us know Mediterranean, right, indicates gene flow between these areas, between the Epiphytic, right? So very important. They have that mix of the ones that we were just talking about there. We close this. We don't need that now. Or actually, we do need that. I don't know why I closed it. But there's just some information here. Let me go back over there because I actually wanted to open something on this. I wanted to open something on this, I believe. Let me just see. I believe it's on the PDF, maybe. Let's see. I'll just open the PDF real fast. And it just got a little information and everything. Linking certain groups together or not. Just go down a little bit. It just talks about those layers, talks about it's found and everything. You can see it's found here, right? At the Nile, because they left the Nile. They left this area. They left some there and some went over here. So that'd be all in the little upper areas. all in Africa. A little understand on that. We're gonna go down. This is the female lineages. Those colors right there is the lineages. So that red and this blue and this red. So they got your M, get some N zeros there. So your U's and M's that they have there. So these are, and this is not monophyletic. So that means that they were mixing with someone else. That's what that means. So they're gonna be mixing with someone else because it's gonna be multiple groups here. Your M's and U's. They got some M's and some U's there that they have there. And they were mixing for a long time. That's what it's saying there. It's saying that they were mixing for a long time. So they were mixing a lot. That's very important. Go down a little more. So just go down. Just, you can see the Tufian. We're gonna know something with the Mota. You see that right there? This one doesn't have the. I'm gonna show you who the Mota is. We're gonna talk about because you see where it keeps saying sub-Saharan African. I'm gonna show you what they're not showing on this, but I'm gonna show you that it is a real E1B1A lineage from v38. It's gonna be very interesting. I'm gonna go down and just some other. This just talks about the lineages and everything that we've seen there, and whatnot. All right, we'll close that. All right, we're gonna keep getting deeper and deeper. All right. Going down here, so we just talked about those individuals and what is in them. All right, and also here's some information of locational wise. Let's talk about what's happening here. What does it mean about these individuals from the Levant, right? These individuals from the Levant actually are going to be the ones that go into Europe. That's what it was saying there. They actually went into Europe and they're going to dwell in these areas here, in these little areas. They're going to actually be stationed over here. And we're going to talk about it. Just says right here, from 2018, examine 3 individuals from this area buried at these certain caves, right? In modern day, this little area. Let me show you where this area is at. Show you what area now we're talking about. All right, so it's going to let us know about individuals having E lineage that are found here in ancient times. So it's let us know about these individuals having the E lineage, right? Found here in ancient times, right? You see what's going on there? So they're leaving their homeland to spreading in different areas. That's very important. Let's go back over here. So what time frame? 5,800. How do we know that's true? Because we got a lot of them now. We got a lot of them. E lineage was over here, E lineage was over here, and that's what we just found. That's what we just noted right there, right? We can see the E lineage over there. The E lineage was over here. It was over here. We're going to note it in this area, and we're going to note it over here. Major point over here. So the E lineage was all in these areas. We're going to note that, and we're going to come back to that. It's very important. So it says, the 2 samples of Y DNA extracted belong to the parental haplogroup. Remember what we just noted? C1A2 and E1B1B, right? While 3 samples of ntDNA belong to H, K, and N. So now we got some more genetic female lineages to add. So we also got in about the Neolithic time frame. This is what we got in the Neolithic time frame, right? So we got that in the Neolithic time frame. And we can put the L3 over here too. We'll just note that like that. So, and this right here will be in Italy, right? So this one will be in Italy, and this one was in Spain. So these was in Spain. So it's ancient Spain. You can see what's going on there. Let me actually make it right here. So Italy over here and Spain here. This one was in Spain, right? We have seen these in Spain. Let's keep on keeping on. So let's keep on keeping on, right? Let's keep on keeping on. Let's see what it says about here, about this group in the Neolithic time frame. Neolithic time frame. You can see what's going on here with this group, and we're gonna see who they are, right? They went up pretty much a place in Portugal and everything. And what we find out there is E lineage, your E1B1B lineage that went over there. So it's very important. So it just talks a little bit about them, right? What it say right here? Let's see what it says right here. It says early Neolithic and pottery is found in the Levant, right? So it's found in the Levant and certain parts of Anatolia, including this little area, wherever it is at in Anatolia. That's going to be talking about Turkestan right there. So it's letting us know from this area, they're going to be going upwards. They're going to be going into these areas, right? So they're going to be going into these areas from these areas. So very important what's going on there. All right, so let's see. So the first individuals right here, it says may have come directly from the Levant. Of course, it might equally have come directly from North Africa, right? They could have came from North Africa. They could have been down here and came upwards, right? But they were initially at the Levant. It says right here, of course, it might have come directly from Africa. And impressed pottery also appears in Egypt along the Mediterranean coast. Impressed wares also have been found in North Syria, Palatine, and Lebanon. So that's where it has connections at. You can see what's going on there. Let us know they have the in lineage. Let us know these individuals have an in lineage with them. Very important. Connected with Cyprus and things like that. Let us know about some of the information, right? Let us know what's connected with them. In this time frame, you can see the female lineages there. Make sure we have all that. K, H, and X. So we K, H, and we got to put an X there. We also got X right there. So we see what's going on there. Very, very mixed. All right, so you can see what's going on there. And you can see a little bit what's talking about. Among modern population, you see these individuals, Cardels or Cardiles, how you say that, were found to be most closely related to certain groups and certain groups. You can see what's going on there. Very, very closely related to those groups. It just lets us know about those ones that were in Spain. It says, carry a notable amount of hunter-gatherer ancestry. These hunter-gatherer ancestries were more similar to the Eurasian gatherers. So the Eastern hunter-gatherers. So what are Eastern hunter gatherers? So Eastern hunter-gatherers, just to get a little understanding, it's talking about your R groups. Long story short, I'm going to show you that the R group actually has a major connection with the Shemites. We're going to talk about that they actually going to have connection movements with them as well. We're going to talk when they go into Africa. So notice like the C and the E group, it says, but one male also carried G group, but that's going to be more European. So it's very important. It's going to be different. But we also find G. That's important. We find G there. We're not going to note that one because we're just going to keep on going, focus on E. So you can see what's going on there. Very, 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 very connected. Very connected. So just want to show you some of those things. So what happened, long story short, they were here and they left to over here. That's evidence of them from here going to over here. That's very important. So going into these areas. And that's what we was looking at when I was showing you this thing right here. I was showing you that they was here, here, and here, and here. So very important. They're in a lot of these cultures here. So ancient times, 5,000, right? 5,000, 4,000 years ago, right? And remember, we're also talking the time scale. We're going to be talking the time scale because I'm going to talk about what basically is happening. All right, so basically this is what it looks like, right? Some of them in this area, these little dots, and they're going into these areas, right? They're settling these areas. So get into those areas, allow them to move a lot, allow them to spread throughout the area, right? You can see what's going on there. A little bit about it. Just talks about those little layers and everything and individuals and whatnot. But let's go over because I got a little more on that. Go a little down. All right, so archaeological sites from these areas, late and early. Remember, we looked at those Iberasians or the Iberasians, right? Iberasians occurred layers obviously in the areas of those areas in the layers for this study, right? On an amobrotype map of the widespread and just talk about these things of Africa and whatnot. Just talk about the connection of Spain and Africa, pretty much. That's what it's talking about. All right, now I'm gonna show you something else. We're getting more, and we're getting a little more closer to what we want to talk about. We're getting a little more closer, but we're still getting the pieces together, getting the pieces and everything. Now I'm gonna show you some a fascinating find. Obviously, just talk about 2000 BC. 2000 BC, you can see right here, going down right here, just talks about some things. It says, let me actually go up here and talk about what they found. This is going to be from Natural Geographic. They found something very interesting. Look what they say. Get this thing to work. All right. Surprising DNA found in ancient people from Southern Europe. Surprising DNA found in ancient people from Southern Europe. Remember we seen that one of the 8,000 years ago? It says right here, I'm going to click this and read what this says. This is what they say they found. The team also found a single individual with North African DNA from a site in the Middle Age Iberia, right? His bones dated to 2000 BC. At the beginning, I thought it was a mistake, this person said. A population geneticist who led the study. And then obviously looking at the work and everything, he says the presence of that lone African suggests early, right? Basically the interchange between the Iberia and North Africa. So Iberia and North Africa, right? The land of Iberia, making sense of archaeological studies of African ivory at Copper Age Iberian digs. But the team thinks that North African ancestry only became widespread in Iberia in about the last 2,000 years. So they say in the last 2,000 years they got there, right? They went in there in the last 2,000 years, right? Very important, right? Remember the biblical time scale. You can see what's going on there, right? That's why those long years, don't mind these large years. We're going to talk about the biblical time scale. The study forms a complex picture of the genetic history of Spain, one that enforced in a companion piece published in the Journey of Current Biology. In that study, researchers from Spain and Germany found that hunter-gatherers and farmers living on the Iberian Peninsula also were more genetically diverse than previously thought. They found evidence of the different hunter-gatherer cultures mixed on the warm Iberian Peninsula, which they used as an ice age refuge 19,000 years ago. New farmers in the area with hunter-gatherers later. You see what's going on there? We just talk about how they were there. They were going to this area, right? What does Iber mean? Far land, a land far away, right? You see what's going on there? And we got a lot of E lineages out there and everything. So you can see the reason why I put this here is because this has a little interesting, it just talks about those places and everything. And remember, we found L3 over here and everything. So we found some different lineages going these areas and whatnot. I'm going to show you a little video on something.
Hello, my name is Wolfgang Haag. I'm an archaeogeneticist from the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History in Jena, Germany.
Hola, mi nombre es Vanessa Villalba y trabajo. Gracias por.
Glacial maximum. We were therefore very excited when the opportunity arose to study more prehistoric individuals from the south of the Iberian Peninsula, such as 8,000-year-old Moita dos Sebastião and 12,000-year-old Balma Guiana.
Guilaña.
That's it. And in addition, we could also study a handful of early farmers from the Middle and early Neolithic. By looking at the genetic affinities of the European hunter-gatherers, we realized that the genetic clusters we know from previous work are now linked by the Iberian hunter-gatherers. And this tells us that the two ancestral lineages survived in the Iberian Peninsula in admixed form. When and where exactly this happened is still unclear, but we know the signal already existed in the 18,000-year-old El Miron individual, and it's even more clear in 12,000-year Balma-Guyana. We have an even mix of both. The cool thing is that and the new ancestry they bring in. The family farmers that expand from the Near East, arriving in the Iberian Peninsula around 7,500 years ago. The fact that we also see this signal in those arriving early farmers tells us that they admixed locally and carry the signature from local hunter-gatherers and the new ancestry they bring in.
So I just put this here for a little information. It's going to be in the description and those videos just to see a little bit of the movement. So you're going to see what's going on. Why there's some connections here, and why from here you're going to have some here and here and here, right? For these connections. And then you're going to also note there's connections there. Very important. Very, very important. Now, remember, we're talking about Mota. We'll talk about Mota. We're going to continue to talk about Mota. But let me make sure if I come back to Mota. Let me make sure. Oh, all right. Yeah, we did come back to Mota. All right, let me show you something. I'm our lineage. Our lineage, a lot of the R lineage are actually going to be in African. They're going to be going in Africa. But this our lineage will be V38. I'm not V88, but I would be of monophyletic with the R lineage. But this E1B1B and E1B1A, you see these two groups? They move together. They, in fact, it's actually known that everywhere that E1B1B is, you're going to mostly find E1B1A. Now, just because they don't find the evidence doesn't mean that it didn't move, because the evidence is actually written down. It's known. And we'll talk about some of those things with some of these things. But this is how split. So you can see right here, your blue is E1B1B, purple is R1B, gold or yellow is going to be your A, and then your green is your E1B1A. So green and blue is what we want to see. So your blue is going to be your E1B1B. So you got a lot of E1B1B over here, but you got some lineages over here, R with an E1B1B, but you also have some R lineages over here in the middle, Africa in the middle, the Chads. You got your E1B1B with your E1B1A, a very mixed group, but with a lot of your E1B1As. Now we're going to talk about what's going on, right? Your E1B1, your E lineage is from the Levant. Your A and B lineage are native to Africa. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about it because the A and B lineage were there longer. Very important. We'll talk about the separation of these two. But notice this group is down here, right? It's very important. Let me just click this and show you something on what's going on here, right? What we're talking about is the migrant humans, right? Very important, right? Where they come from, they came from here. They actually came from this area. There's actually evidence that humans, right, from this area went and migrated into these areas. That's very important. They actually go down and they go all the way to these areas. That's very important. And their migration, they'll go down and they'll migrate to these areas, right? So we also have individuals that go here, but remember we talked about those individuals. They're going to be the Iberasians, right? They're going to be the ones that go into here. It's very important. Humans don't start in Africa. They start over here. That's very important. But these continents were one. So this water wasn't here at first, and people were able to go into these areas. So you see how they were able to go. They'll be able to go into these areas from here. That's very important. But let's go down. It's not what I want to see. I want to talk about this right here. The history of this actually talk about basically the desertification that happened in the Sahara. That's very important. We'll talk about it real fast. This just talks about some things where we talk about. Maybe we talk about they went into this area and everything. That was a little bit what they're talking about, right? Let's just talk about how they basically have a link to the Near Easterns, right? The sub-Saharan Africans have linked to the Near Easterners. It's very important. So you can just get a little understanding on some of those things. But let me go up here or this one right here and click this and talk about this real fast. So this is a little history. It just talks about what happened, right? History of male migration in and out of the Green Sahara. Because at first, this area right here was green. This used to be green. And all of a sudden you had a desertification that happened. And that desertification caused a lot of people to go in different ways. You got your A lineages there, your E1B1A, your E1B1B, and your R lineages. You see what's going on there? So they're going to be moving around. They're going to be moving around the area. So it's very important. So it's, obviously these ones aren't going to be native there. But remember, when they left Babel, a lot of them went together. A lot of different people went together. And you're going to note this, the split, the separations here, the separations of the groups. And that's why you're going to have certain groups. And now remember, it didn't look like this long ago. It was actually in a few different areas, but they expanded. We know this because it's called the Bantu expansion. That's very important to know about. Where did they start and where did they go at the Bantu expansion? How do we know? Because in the Bantu expansion, there's some very important things that's said in the Bantu expansion. So in the Bantu expansion, what's important to note is that they think there's two ways of migration, right? You got your West and your East Bantu. You're going to have one on this side, and you're going to have one on this side. You're going to have one on that side and that side, right? And what they basically say is the East separate from the West. That's what they say. They say the West side and the East side were two different sides. It's very important. And you're going to have a difference between these two groups. You're going to have a major difference between these two groups. And they talk about basically who they are, right? Your E1B1A, and talk about how they move and everything. But what's important to note about the Bantu expansion, they call it the Bantu expansion, is what they say about the Bantu expansion. They say a couple different things. One of them is that the E1B1A or the E lineage is not native to that area. But let me read something to you right here about the Bantu expansion. It's because of the separation of two major waves around 3,000 years before present and the subsequent isolation of many groups, modern Bantu language can be divided into West and East Bantu, right? It's very important. Let us know. It's going to let us know a few things. Survive the area, go down right here. It says, it is also suggested that although the Bantu-speaking agriculturalists may have replaced to a substantial extent the hunter-gatherers in their paths. Who are the hunter-gatherers? Is the A and B lineages. It's saying that they replaced the hunter and gatherers in their paths. They have also in some places coexisted and interbred with the original inhabitants. That's important to know, that the original inhabitants were not A and B lineages, but they were. I'm going to show you right here on v38. Right here. All right. All right, so right here, you can see right here what it says right here is letting us know. What's letting us know? According to Woods 2005, says such population movements change the pre-existing population Y chromosomal diversity in central, southern, and southern East Africa, right? Replacing the previous haplogroup frequencies in these areas with the new dominant E1B1A lineages, because they're new. They replace who? Traces of earlier inhabitants, however, can be observed today in these regions via the presence of Y haplogroups A1A, A1B, A2, A3, and BM60 are common in certain populations such as the Mambuti and the Koshin, right? See what's going on there? That's very important because we can actually see that same thing said on the A group, right? Just lets us know. Right there. Watch what it says here. Let us know about the study and everything. It says, according to Woods 2005, right, and 2007, such relative recent population movements from West Africa changed the pre-existing population Y chromosome diversity in Central and Southern and Southeastern Africa, replacing the previous haplogroups in these areas with the now dominant E1B1A lineages. Traces of the ancestral inhabitants, the oldest inhabitants, however, can be observed today in these regions via the presence of Y chromosome haplogroups A-M91 and B-M60 that are common in these populations that we just talked about in Africa. So those are going to be the real Africans. The real native Africans are going to be the ones that are going to be native to those places. But the E group is actually going to be very important to note its place of origin. You got to look at the sources. We're going to look at the sources today. That's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the sources. And I'm going to show you that mota. Let me show you that mota real fast. I'm going to leave it here real fast, and we'll come back to this. We'll come back to that. All right. Go down. So that's what happened. So your R1, your R lineage, like me, your R lineage, your E1B1B, and your E1B1A moved in Africa, but your A1 were actually originally in Africa with B lineages. Those were your native African lineages. That's very important. But they're going to be the lineage that came there. And then the green, this is all green. And then all of a sudden, boom, right? It all dried up and it was all scattered in different ways. It's very important. It was all shot out in different ways. So those are going to be Shemites, different Shemites. Remember, Shemites have a major family, a major large family. And we're going to have different Shemites. You're going to have different lines of Eber. You can have this whole family line that's going to be out of it. And you can have this whole family line in Africa. You can have this whole family line in Africa, the Eber children. You can have this whole family in there. That's very important. So they're going to be in that. They're going to be around that area. That's going to be very important for migration and for understanding when we do the monophyletic group. A little bit more on it right here. So a history of, watch what it says here, a history of male migration in and out of the Green Sahara. So you can see what's going on here. Just talks about those individuals. We already talked about the Y chromosomes and everything in those groups. We already talked about that pretty much. Lets us know about the Africans, the African groups that we see there, and the R lineages and everything. So, and your A's, your E's, see what's going on there. They're being shot out. They're being moved around there. They're being moved around. All right, so let's read a little bit. During the pastoral Neolithic, people related to Chalcolithic and Bronze Age Levantan groups entered Eastern Africa and mixed with the inhabitants related to later Stone Age foragers, right? Or how you say that? And with individuals related to present-day Dinka in what was proposed to have been at least a two-step process. So you see what's going on there? A little bit on that. So you can see what's going on there, just talking about those individuals that went into that area. And who did they replace? It says, and replacement in sub-Saharan Africa. Remember who we seen who replaced who? Very important. Who was original and who was replaced? Very important, right? Letting us know about these individuals. How did they get there, right? How did they get into these areas? How did these individuals get into these areas, right? Who replaced who? We know that the ones... We're gonna look at something here. You see this one right here, that Mola cave right there. We're gonna look at this area right here. Gonna get some understanding because this migration pattern is very important. It's very, very important. But we're gonna note that certain ones replace certain ones, and that's very important. So you can see you're gonna obviously have different groups here, right? That's very important on what's here. You know, just a little information. All right. All right, so let's keep on going. Let's keep on looking. So I'm gonna click this. All right, so now we're gonna talk about that mota. So remember we talked about these groups. Now let's talk about that mota. Remember we talked about that mota earlier. Let's go back up and let's talk about it right here. Right. So we talk about this mota, right? You remember this mota from 4,000 years ago, and they said that it came from the Middle Easterners, right? It said the mota, right? 4,500 years ago. And it said, we observed a contrast between the Levant and Arabia, right? With this individual. We're going to talk about that, right? We're going to talk about these individuals on this individual here. Let's go back down. All right. We're getting closer and closer. Now we're getting more pinpoint. Now we're getting more closer. So let's talk about this. All right. So obviously know that information I just showed from v38 and A from Wiki says also go to the table on this. I'm going to go to the table on this. Go down real fast. It's at the bottom here. Right here. All right. Let me show you something from a table on this thing. Let it download real fast. All right. All right. So the reason why I was showing you, I wanted to show you this. Just scroll real fast down here. It's because down there, remember they said the migration patterns and things like that. You can see what groups were here. Just zoom in a little bit. You can see what groups were inside of Africa. You can see you're gonna have your BT. These are your earlier inhabitants. These were your first early inhabitants. E1B1B, but remember E1B1B was found in the Levant, older than all of the individuals found in Africa. You get your E there, you get your CT, you get BT, right? BT makes your B and your A lineages. It's very important because you're gonna find your A's there too. So here you can find your A's, you find your B's there, E1B1B was there. You don't get E1B1A yet, but then you get E1B1A. What time frame you get E1B1A? The Iron Age. Make sure you understand that. The Bantu expansion, when they say the Bantu expansion, the beginning of the Bantu expansion, the first 3,000 years is all going to be E1B1B and B and A lineages. But E1B1A moves into Africa at the Iron Age. Let me show you what I mean by that. The earliest one, the earliest time, I'm gonna leave that right there. The earliest time that E1B1A goes into Africa. Let me go over here, because that's what it means when it says they replace the original inhabitants of Africa. What time frame did it replace the original inhabitants of Africa? What's the actual time frame? Go up here. All right. Well, I'll go to it on the PDF. Zoom out real fast and show you. Right? When did they replace them? Let's see if it has it here. Real fast. In fact, I'm gonna open it up on another PDF because this one don't have the little thing. I think the other one does. Go down. All right, so just looking at this PDF here. Okay. So I'm gonna turn this sideways. All right, so basically, you can see, a little bit here. Look at the time frames there. Your earliest time frames, when they say Bantu expansion, you got to know that also go into the Bantu expansion. You got to make sure you know that a little bit of the E lineages, other E lineages go into to Africa. That's very important. So when you see things like 35,000 years ago, that's what these are. They're going to Africa. Now these are going to be different ones. Remember, they're going to have L3H, L3I, L3A, right? L3C. You don't see a lot of the ones with the European lineages. You don't see a lot of them with the European lineages. But notice what you're seeing here. You're seeing migrations into Africa, right? You're seeing migrations into Africa. Different individuals going into Africa, right? And now always remember, right, when you see some of these dates, always know they're exaggerated. Like when I say exaggerated, you got to know the biblical narrative. That's very important. That's what we're talking about with Dr. Nathan Jensen. He can actually take these dates and put it into the right order. Only reason I'm showing you this is because Jensen actually puts that E and B split. Let me show you. This is how we know that, what Jensen found, he didn't find in the Tufian. What I'm showing you, Jensen doesn't even know this stuff.
R1B, R1A lineage, but the R1B, R1A are still one.
Note the time frame. Note that it's BC.
In Africa.
Note that he says BC, E1B1B, and E1B1A split. But what did I show you? I showed you that at the earliest time that was already an E1B1B, but he doesn't have that information. So just note that as I show this picture real fast about this.
E has separated into E1B, 1B, and E1B1A. Ugly mouthful, sorry. this will become much of North Africa. This will become much of sub-Saharan Africa. And my guess is this will eventually become the Arab Middle Eastern ones. So they'll go out this way and then come back through the Islamic conquests. They seem to share some connection through perhaps ancient Nubia or Egypt. What's going on there?
So you can see what's going on there. So very important. That age is too early. He doesn't know the Natufian finds. But that's why we're going over these things. We're going over these things for that reason. The reason why I'm showing you that is because they were one. They were originally one. They split. But you're going to note that some go into Africa sooner. And we're going to get a little deep into this, a little more deep into these things. Let's go over here. So I got something for JPass right here. Just for those that, want to read. The reason why I put this here because it talks about 12,000 years ago. Watch what it says here. Genetic data from present-day populations suggests a North African ancestry has, right, contributions from 4 main sources. It just talks about this little area right here, component related to back migration to Africa. They have a back migration to Africa 12,000 years ago from Eurasia. A Middle Eastern component probably associated with the Arab conquest. A sub-Saharan component derived from trans-Saharan migration. A European component that has been linked to recent historic movements. You can see right there. So it's basically letting you know that the lineage that they found there, the E lineage, has connections to a lot of these lineages. So it's a very deep little read. So it got some interesting deep information on it. Talk about some things that's very, very interesting. Neolithic individuals, and obviously in Spain and different areas of the Levant, Natufian and everything. A lot of connection. A lot of connection on that one. And right here, a little bit here. I'm gonna show you what I'm showing you is actually going to be individuals that is very important. Know what you see right here. What do you see? Right, early Bronze Age, right? Bronze Age. You can see right here going down and everything. Early Bronze Age. You can see on these things and whatnot. There's a little understanding on some of them and whatnot. All right, so go down. Just show some E lineages there. This is just the rest. Okay, now let me show you this. Let me show you this. So this is just gonna have some information. Those ones that went into Levant and everything, right? Just toss a little bit about them. And let me make sure we'll see what this is. All right, close this. Now remember, I was just showing you that in that little area, right? In the Levant, I meant to show this, right? Notice that you got your A's there, you got your E's there, right? Your E2s there, E lineages. You also got some R's there, right? That's very important. Your R1B. And then notice over here, your female lineages, right? We already seen that, your HKs. Obviously, your L lineages, your M's, T's. So T there, T2. I'm just going to put that on there. That's going to be a female lineage. So in Africa, right here. I'm just going to put M or mtDNA. Just put that there just to get a little information on those things and whatnot. Or I'll put it over here so it's not too confusing. I'll put all right. So that's right there, so it's not too confusing. All right. So you got that's gonna be your mtDNA that's there and everything. I probably should have like put the MT there and male and the male there, but that's all right. So you can see what's going on. Let's go back over here. All right, so let me go over here so we can understand what we're looking at. So I just want to show you this for the genetics that's there, right? These ones had back migration. We'll leave that right there. Now let me show you something. All right. So let's talk about this. So what's important is that it talks about the ancient genome from North Africa evidence prehistoric migration to this little area from both the Levant and Europe, right? What's this place right here? Right? It's gonna be Africa. Well, not Africa. Yeah, Africa. There it is. So you see this little area. This was the sub-Saharan area where you had the Greenland and everything, right? It's letting us know that from Africa, there's ancient information of individuals going into Africa from the Levant and Europe. From the Levant and Europe. Very important. It's letting us know about the African is less because it does a mixture. It shows that the Africans show that they also was in the Levant, mixtures with the Levant population. Just letting us know some things. We'll see. All right. There's actually something else I want to show on this thing. Show real fast. All right. Let me show you something that's said here. All right. So it just talks about during certain times, it just lets us know people related to the Chalcolithic Bronze Age and Levanten group entered Eastern Africa and mixed there with individuals related to the later Stone Age individuals, right? Just letting us know what's going on, right? It says today in different areas. Go down. Watch what's here. Just lets us know a certain group, certain one had some Levanten mix, which likely reflect the gene pool present more broadly in ancient northeastern Africa and Levant, right? As identified in ancient and present day northeastern African populations. You see what's going on there? See those populations we were just talking about and everything? Going down a little bit more. Just talking about the Levant individuals and everything. The ones that is basically letting us know those groups that I just showed you there, a lot of them have a back migration into Africa, right? It's letting us know, right? This is the exact opposite of the pattern observed in the individuals in the Central Rift, where pastoralists, right, Levanten-related ancestry spread rapidly. See what's going on there? Just let us know. And the individuals moving, right, moving throughout the place and everything. Go to another one, right? Just letting us know of certain groups being related, right? African/Levanten group, right? Letting us know different ones are connected with the Levant. That's very important, right? You can see right here a little more for unsupervised genetic clusters. Analysts of ancient African samples belong with present-day Africans and all published ancient African and Levanten Neolithic individuals, right? Because the E group has connections to the Levant. That's very important. Very, very deep. Very, 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 very deep information. Very, very deep. You can see the sources, a little bit of it, right? Ancient genome from North Africa evidence prehistoric migration to this area from both the Levant and Europe. So you see what's going on there? And that's what we were talking about. They went down into that area. So we're getting closer and closer, getting closer. But we're going to talk about that Mota. So let me show you what actually is going on. I'm going to show you what basically is going on. I'm going to show you a video this individual did that summarized it pretty well.
Okay, here's a new and interesting look at the field of genetics. And it shows you humanity's forgotten return to Africa is revealed through DNA. Between the two of them, other papers have shown this. I've had a couple of them recently. The unexpected snippets of DNA most resembled sequences from Southern Europeans, including Sardinians, Italians, and people from the Basque region. See the back to Africa, but from where? Dating methods suggest that they made their way into the Khoisan DNA sometime between 900 and 1800 years ago, well before a known European contact with Southern Africa. So apparently there was contact running all the way up the Nile and meeting and through these people, or coming off the Horn people that met with them somehow a long time ago. It's well known now there were Caucasians in the Horn of Africa, and some 40,000 years ago, the Hofmeyr site, which is down in the area that we're talking about, also shows the same type of thing. Hoffmeyer is literally right about here. And the Blombos Rock Cave is right down here. And both of those are showing Caucasian involvement, red ochre, and all these type of things. And so they show that that probably is the evidence of it, although they would have had to come seafaring-wise from around, like they're kind of showing here in this loop. And here's kind of an idea of genetics.
All right, well, I'm gonna come back to this video, but let me tell you what's basically happening here. Let me just tell you what's basically happening here. Let me go down and tell you what's happening here, because it's actually is pretty interesting when broken down. Let me go down real fast and go to it. All right, so basically, E1B1A came into Africa. Some of them went downwards here, and then there was a desertization, and some of them was up here, and they separated. They got separated from each other. So some was down here, some sons of Eber, and some sons over here, and they went upwards, right? Not just sons of Eber, but different Shemites. And some went upwards, and they're going to settle in these areas, and that's why we find the L3s and different lineages over here. But some also came from over here and settled over here. So we had some coming from over here settling over here, and we had some over here settling over here. So they were all throughout these areas. They was all throughout these areas, different Shemites throughout these areas. It's very important. And what we've seen is that they were over here in this area with different groups. But when this had happened, that's when they started to settle in their areas. And that's why if you look, notice on this thing, you have a gap. You have a major gap of area. Why? You have some up here and you have some over here, but you don't have any over here. Because in the Bronze Age, the desertification spread people out from the original locations. Now they were over here and over here in these locations. Notice they're not here anymore, but they were here previously. We'll talk about that. So they were here, right? And this is the Neolithic time frame. They were here and they were here, right? And then the desertization came and they were no longer here. They went upwards. They had to go up, right? And they end up settling over here. Most likely with a female mtDNA result, you also note that too. So Bronze Age, you can see what's going on in connection with these things, right? That's probably that's important to know. So that's very important. So at the Neolithic, they're not here, right? Because that's not when Abraham came down into the Levant. That's important. I've been talking about that a while. To find Abraham or any of the said Jewish lineages in the Levant before the Bronze Age makes no sense. That's very important. And that's why I say the lineages that were found in the Bronze Age and the time frame and the location is very important when you get to those pinpoints. But his is at the right time. The Bronze Age coming in there and settling at these areas, right? Why can't we find those results? Because it's too perfect. So you see right here, it's going to be a desertization. These same individuals in the Neolithic time frame, right? They move. During this time frame, they move. They go over here. So they're going to be going up here, more dwelling over here. That's very important. And if any was over here, if they had way of route, they would have went over here. So they're going to have connections with these areas. And remember, the E1B1B went over here. So, of course, they're over there as well. That's very important. And the ones that went downwards, they were ones that were cut off by the desertization, and they end up staying down here. This also was flooded. Remember that. This was also flooded. So flooded and desertization, completely cut off. They were completely cut off, right? Unless they went through the Bering Strait. This little area right here. Right, they call this in the Greeks called this the Pillars of Hercules. That's what they call it, the Pillars of Hercules. The reason why that's important is because E1B1B, we know that some of the sons of Orphrene, they had went and made it with the children of Hercules, and they also took Libya. This was all called Libya, and they settled in Libya. That's very important. So they settled here, they mixed with some over here, and they mixed with some over here. Written in Flavius Josephus' books of his writings and whatnot, which we'll talk about some of his writings when talk about some of the individuals that went to Ethiopia. I'm gonna show you some individuals that went to Ethiopia. It's very important. We're gonna talk about that. But let's keep going. Let's keep on going. Go down here. So remember, when you think of Iberia, right? Always think of Eber, right? That connection of that name, very important. All the sons of Shem that are going to be close to Israelites, like the Arabians and stuff like that, are sons of Eber. All of them are sons of Eber. Very important. So I'll go down right here. All right, so let's talk about some things. We're going to continue with this video after some things, because first I'm going to show you what happened, a loop. So evidence of the loop. I'm going to show you evidence of the loop, what I mean by a loop. So they left Babel, right? Everyone was at Babel because it's written that Nimrod was here and everyone went to the tower of Shinar, right? They all went to the area of Babel. They all was there. That's very important. So if all people was there, we got a good idea what's going on, right? Evidence of a loop from Babel to Levant to Europe, back around to the Levant, pretty much back around the Levant till about 3000 BC, arrival in Africa and whatnot. Let me show you something. All right, so the spread of fields, let me actually click this. All right. Let that load real fast. Any questions or any statements on these, let me know, as I'm trying to be as thorough as possible and as clear as possible. Okay, so I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something that's said here. But first, let me go up. So this is going to be basically when the first farmers arrived in Europe, right? Just talk about some things and whatnot from the Middle East, roughly from the Middle East. So we're going to talk about that. All right. Agriculture evolved in the Middle East roughly 11,000 years ago, 9,000 BC, right? 2 millennia later, farmers began to migrate, entering Europe, either along the Mediterranean coast. Why the Mediterranean? Because Mediterranean, they're going to be in Africa, is what it's saying. Along the Danube River. The two streams united, right? These rivers united around 7,000 years ago in Western Europe. As the farm, that's important. Sometimes it's important to note how to change of landscapes, because it can work for migration. Now I'm going to show you something. Basically, it's just letting us know 7,000 years ago, 10,000, long time ago, pretty much. You can see right here, they began here. So 10,000 years ago, they were here. 10,000 years ago, that's what we've seen with the Natufian. Remember, we noted that the Natufian were in that time frame, right? And we can also note that with their own findings. Let me go over here. I'm gonna go up real fast. So we even got the root of E there, the beginning of E. We got CT and we got E there in that land. Just go to that real fast up here. Just some results right here. So you can see here, what do we have? We got some E lineages there. You can see here how old they are, very old. So you can see what's going on. Here's some more. E1B1 right there. You can see what's going on there. 11,000 years ago. Very important. In the Levant. Israel. So you see what's going on there? Jordan. All right, so let's go back and talk about what it's talking about here. So this was basically saying, I'm gonna read it from what they say right there, one of the highlights. When the interbreeding finally started, more than 2,000 years ago, after the two groups met, what's important here, it's gonna be talking about the separation of the Africans, the native Africans, which they call Pygmy, and the Bantus. There's a difference between Pygmy and Bantus, right? It's gonna be talking about these groups that they say that came up here, right? They say that they came from Africa, but they actually are here and came over here. All right, we're going to talk about that. It was, in fact, let me just read a little bit just so I can give a quick summary of what's going on here. Long story short, it's pretty much letting us know of the finds that they found. They found fossils, actual bones that were there in the area. And it's just letting us know about, little areas and ancient analysis of these individuals, right? We're going to look at who they are and everything. And some of these are from France, right? They're going to be from areas like France and everything. So you can let these farmers and everything. It says practices of human sacrifice, whatnot, some crazy stuff. So it's confirmed Western origin of these individuals and everything. Just says these studies of burials at these areas in France. So it's gonna let us know what's going on there, right? Let me just type something here. All right, so watch what it says here. It says when Bantu farmers settled, expanding into southern Africa 3,000 years ago, they encountered the forest-dwelling pygmies. So the pygmies are different than the Bantus. Very important. A group of hunter-gatherers from whom they were as genetically distant, right? Genetically distant as they were from Europeans. Why is he saying that? Why is he saying the pygmy the pygmy and the Europeans are different? Because the pygmy are A and B groups. That's what we were talking about. The pygmy are A and B groups, but your Israelites or your Shemites are not European groups, but your DE groups. They're not A and B groups. So their D and E is different than European groups, and D and E is their A and B groups, is what they're saying there. They're letting you know that the pygmy and the European and the Bantu are 3 different groups. It says when Bantu farmers started expanding into southern Africa 3,000 years ago, they encountered the forest-dwelling pygmies, a group of hunter-gatherers from whom they were as genetically distant as they were from Europeans. For a long time, says evolutionary geneticist, this geneticist and whatnot, this institute and whatnot. It says, who has pieced the joint history of these two groups together using ancient DNA. There were commercial transition between Bantu and Pygmies, but no interbreeding. It said no interbreeding. It said these groups were not interbreeding. That's very important. So who are the Pygmy and who are the Bantu? Pygmy, as I showed before, right? We had looked at that. A and B lineages are different. Your hunter-gatherers are different than your agriculturalists or your E1B1A lineages. E1B1A is going to be different than your A and B lineages. It's very important. So going on, but we don't have any of the Bantu or the Pygmy men and women. The men mixing, right? The E1B1A groups didn't have the men with them. And we know that because of also in the Bantu expansion. In the Bantu expansion, it lets us know that they were taking in the women. It says right here, they took in wives from local groups, but not husbands. This is from the Bantu expansion. This information is directly from the Bantu expansion, and it talks about what was happening. So it just talks about what was happening. And they had found out that they were not taking the females, but they were taking, not taking the males, but they were taking the females, but not the males. They were taking the females. So the Bantus, they migrated and they took the wives from the local groups. That's very important. And then it just talks about different things. They have the same Y chromosome. The Bantu groups have all E1B1A, but they have different female groups, multiple different female groups. So they were taking in the local wives. It's very important, taking them in. Continue speaking. So just talk about everything right here. It talks about the Bantu community. So they married. It says when the interbreeding finally started, more than 2,000 years after the two groups met. So they didn't interbreed for 2,000 years. So it's very important to understand that Africans in Africa weren't just mixing. There's different groups. It was the Pygmy women who married into the Bantu communities. Is not Ephraim and Manasseh of Egyptians, and did not Moses mix with the Egyptians? Let me show you something. Let me read you something real fast. All right, so listen to this. What I'm going to read here. It's going to be from Flavius Josephus' Complete Writings. I'm going to read you something. Did you know that Moses was a warrior, and that that Pharaoh, when he was under Pharaoh, he was invading a bunch of nations, and a lot of people knew Moses as a warrior? However, while Moses was uneasy at the armies lying idle, for the enemy dared not come to a battle, this incident happened. Tibris, or how you say her name? Tibris, the daughter of the king of the Ethiopians. She happened to see Moses as he fled the army near the wall. right? And fought, right? And fought with great courage and admiring. So Moses was a warrior. This son of Levi was a warrior, and fought with great courage and admiring the stability. Obviously, she's seen him, she liked him. She said, I like that Egyptian, right? The author of the Egyptian success. So obviously believing him to be the author of the Egyptian success. She believes that only reason they're succeeded is because this man is there. When they had before desired or despised of recovering their liberty, and to be the occasion of the great danger of the Ethiopians were in, right? Because they were going at it, right? When they had before boasted of their great achievements, she fell deeply in love with him. She fell deeply in love with Moses, and upon obviously having her passion and faithful, it says, sent to him the most faithful of all her servants to discourage with him about her marriage, right? To discourse with him about the marriage. So this Ethiopian woman sent to Moses to have a conversation there, right? You see what's going on, and gave her, obviously he gave her an oath to let her know, I'm going to marry you, right? He said, I'm going to marry you, right? Take her as a wife. And when he had once taken possession of the city, Moses took possession of the city because he was a warrior, right? Look at the time, look at throughout all Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus, Numbers, Moses was a warrior, right? Possessed the city. He would not break his oath to her. No, sooner was the agreement made, but it took effect immediately. When Moses had cut off the Ethiopians, right? That's why he didn't have no males of them, but he had the females. He gave thanks to God and obviously consecrated his marriage. So he went in and led the Ethiopians back to their own land. This is the story of Moses, right? The general of the Egyptians against the Ethiopians, right? You see what's going on there? Very, very deep, very, very, very deep. So we know that Ethiopians or different Hamites were mixing. And I'm going to show you that also. We can see that with Judah, with the line of Judah. How do we know? It says right here, and Judah saw a daughter of a certain Canaanite. This is before the sea peoples came down, right? Judah lived before the sea peoples came down. So this is before the mixing of the Canaanites. The Canaanites originally was just Canaanites, right? And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, right? Whose name was that Shua. And he took her and went into her, right? And she yet again conceived and bore a son, right? And called his name Shelah. And he was at, you can see right here. You can see it is a little place right here, just to show what he's saying he's at. Where was he? Just lets us know. But he lives. He lives and he has sons. I don't know why I put this on this, or is it right there? It's right. It should be like right. Where it's taking me. I don't know where it's trying to take me. All right. That's a show, it's in Israel pretty much. Usually they're always going to be in Israel. So right here it is right there. And notice where the location is, right? That's very important. You can see right here, right? It's going to be in the Levant. That's very important, right? And remember, who did he have a kid with? Who did Judah just have a kid with? A Canaanite woman. So that's very important. So that's going to be very important for the understanding, right? It's going to be very important. Judah had a baby with a Canaanite woman. So what should we expect to find? If Moses got with an Ethiopian and Judah got with a Canaanite, what should we see these Jews with? With some Hamitic females, or in a sense of females that would be more in being in African late areas. So Judah saw a daughter of a certain Canaanite, very important. Got with her, had a baby, right? Shelah, right? How you say that? Just talks a little bit about him, right? Talks about where he was born and everything, right? And he's going to have sons. We're going to talk about his sons and everything. Just going to talk a little bit about him and everything. Where did he go? Right? Where did he go? Did he get wiped out? No. This is a son of Judah. This is a son of Judah, a living son that's still on this earth, most likely. So right here, Genesis 38 and 26, and Judah acknowledged him acknowledged them and said, she has been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah. Remember what happened? He didn't give Tamar, who he had David with, to Shelah, his son, and knew her no more. You know what happened with that? So very, very important. So do you know the line of Shiloh? You know this line, right? Very interesting, very, very interesting, right? He has family. Let me read it to you. It says, and the sons of Shelah, right? The son of Judah, right? Were the father of this one, right? All these individuals that you see here, right? All these individuals that worked linen, right? In certain areas, and some who had dominion in Moab. So you got some had dwelled in Moab. So very important. And these are ancient things. They say. And these are ancient things. These are the potters, and those that dwell among plants and hedges. There they dwell with the king for his work. So they live, right? Sons of Judah, born from a Canaanite, and they live. And Moses was with Egypt with Ethiopians. See what's going on there? We got some very important things going on here, right? So very important things. So we're gonna know some things. So when the interbreeding finally started, more than 2,000 years after, right? They didn't breed at first, but 2,000 years after they met those groups. So they didn't get down there and just start breeding. More than 2,000 years after the groups met, it was the pygmy women who married the Bantu communities, right? Where they were and still are treated as socially inferior. Why? Why are they socially inferior? Are they not Shemites? Are they not Shemites? They're probably not Shemites, the females. But some of them are. Some of them are Shemites, right? Some aren't. It says, obviously, they're going through it. Bantus have a double-edged relationship with the pygmies, right? So Bantus and pygmies are different. You can see what's going on there. On one hand, they treat them like servants. On the other, they are slightly afraid of them. In the Bantu way of thinking, pygmies are the masters of the forest, and some of them have powers, right? Some of them have basically powers to probably witchcraft and stuff. Some of them have witchcraft. So they obviously being careful over there. But they make a difference. Pygmies versus Bantus. Pygmies are different than Bantus. Pygmies are different than Bantus. So it's very important. Pygmies are different than Bantus. And we can note that with the genetics. E1B1 A is the Bantu, and the A and B lineages are the pygmies. Pygmies or Koshans or Dubatis or all that. All right, now let me show you something. Projecting ancient ancestry in modern day Arabians and Iranians, right? A key role in past exposed, right? We're going to talk about the migration of humans, right? Talk about the Arabio-Persian Gulf of human migration. So we're going to talk about some things let's talk about here. So we're going to talk about some migrations of some individuals and whatnot, right? We're going to talk about what's going on, how they talk about sub-Saharan African imputes their genome. So let's talk about obviously, it's not surprising, right, that the Eastern Arabians are connected to, remember that group we had looked at here, right? We had looked at that group. They're going to be related to the Bantu, E1B1B related to E1B1A. All right, let's go down a little bit. That's what we was talking about here. We was talking about a little bit there on how they're related on that. But let's go down a little bit more. All right. I'll read this right here. As I'm going to come back to this video, and we're going to talk about that video. But listen to this. Ancient Ethiopian genomes reveal extensive Eurasian admixture throughout the African continent. Ancient European genome reveals extensive Eurasian admixture throughout the African continent. All right. So we're going to find some very interesting things on this one. So I'll just scroll down a little bit. So we're going to talk about some things. So what do we see here? We're going to see some E lineages, obviously, right? P2, talked about that P2. You can actually note from the movements of the haplogroups that some in-between ones from the original E all the way to P2. There's a couple of ones in between. right? A couple of individuals in between, right? Very important. The E1B1 makes E1B1A and E1B1B. So it's basically saying that before they were E1B1 A, they were E1B1. That's very important. So when you see E1B1, that's actually going to be the one that makes E1B1A. That's very important. And we're going to note this mota. Remember we talked about that mota? We're going to look at that mota. We're going to see what's going on with that. That's the one that they know when they link to the land of Levant. So we'll get some understanding there. All right. So you can see a little bit there when it's talking about those E1, right? Mutations, right? Defining the E1B1 of mota. Of what? Mota. Note that mota. We're going to go back to that and note who mota is. We'll come back to that because it's going to get really deep when we get on mota. We'll get really deep on that. All right. All right. So just some interesting. This is an interesting thing to look up. All right. But now let's talk about the mota. Before we go to the mota, let me just remind what we just read about the mota, right? What did we just see about the mota, people? We just seen that the mota apparently were people that have a back migration, right? It was talking about that in different places. It talks about right here when it talks about the mota group and their connection with certain groups and everything. I'm going to go, in fact, I'm going to use this to find within note, right? Go down a little bit. All right, so we talked about the mota. What did we find with the mota? What it says right there, right? With the mota and everything, we observed a contrast between Levantins and whatnot and Arabia, right? Levantins and Arabia and everything, and a connection with these groups. All right, so let me go down. So remember we talked about the mota, where they found the ancient humans in Africa. When they talk about that, he actually came from one place and he entered into Africa because the place where he was at, no humans were. The place where he's at was actually a place that was like stranded. So he's like, they obviously knew that this individual, right, using mota DNA, right, researchers had presented a theory that people from the Near East, right, E1B1, now the Middle East, began moving into Africa 3,000 years ago. See what's going there, right? Because that's actually 3,000 years. If you go from here, if you go from BC, right, if you go 80 BC, if you go 3,000 years back, right, that's going to be the time of the flood, right, biblically speaking, right, who obviously you can see right here who predates the supposed migration by 3,000 years. So he says that he himself predates the migration of individuals, but he himself has a migration into Africa, right, has no trace of European or Asian DNA in his genome, right? So no European, no Asian. So he's not European or Asian, which could indicate that people from other parts of the world have not entered into his region of Africa at the time he was alive. So that's very important. So we know that his movement, right? We know that his movement is very important. So we're gonna look at that mota. Let's go and get this. Now it's gonna get deep, very deep. I got something special for that. I got something special. I'm to go over these things. But first, let me show you something. Watch this. I'm gonna look up mota, right? Remember, we're talking about Ethiopia. Mota. All right, so look what it says right here. See what's going on here? What lineage is this? It says right here, the majority of cases observed have been found in East Africa. It has been found in ancient DNA isolated from a 4,000-year-old Ethiopian fossil called mota. You see what's going on there? So we're going to be talking about mota. What's going on with mota? What's the deal with mota? What's up with mota? All right, let's close this, because that's just a start. All right, first, before we go to mota, now I'll go to mota. We got to stay in pace. We got to stay in pace. All right, let me show you something. I'm going to play something from this, and I'm going to show you something from that other one of the back migration again. A little bit more on that back migration. But let's go to mota. Let's start talking mota. All right, this is going to be really deep. I'm just going to let it play. It's going to be super deep. This is what this man found.
Now,
as always, we prove all things. I don't know about his work, but I know that what he's showing right here is true. I'm going to just let it play because this is pretty much it right here. I'm going to show you right now.
Were published onto this week, and science reveals the first prehistoric genome from Africa that of Moda. That's the name they gave for him, yeah. A hunter-gatherer man who lived 4,500 years ago in the highlands of Ethiopia. Named for the cave that held the remains, the Moda genome is an impressive feat, said Hodgson, who was not involved in the work, but it gives our first glimpse into what an African genome looked like prior to many of the recent population movements. And when compared with the genomes of living Africans, it implies something startling. Africa is usually seen as a source of outward migrations, but the genome suggests a major migration into Africa by farmers from the Middle East, possibly 3,500 years ago. And these farmers' DNA reached deep into the continent, spreading even to the groups considered to be isolated, such as the Khoisan of South Africa and the Pygmies of the Congo. Yeah, and I showed you one here recently, and that is one of the attaching papers that showed me this. And the redaction now that's on this attached to the other thing, and I got that. So it's like, okay, so they're clarifying, but that still has it in there. But I believe the clarification was that the Pygmies of the Congo is not from the same group, although there is an infraction with them. It's not.
You see what he's talking about? He's talking about how the pygmies from the Congo are different. He's talking about the pygmies from the Congo are different. Just seeing how everyone's doing. So very little. Seeing that's right. That's why I put that they're 86% from what the results found. The Bantus are 86% E1B1A, majority of E1B1A. But it's just using that as a sense of understanding because it's like the clearest way to cut it dry. Let's continue.
Not from the same group, and that their equipment that they used or something just picked out all Eurasian DNA totally and just said here and said, yep, you know, and marked it as opposed to picking it apart and making it different. And some other doctor that was doing another thing onto it that knew well those genomes and that exact set there that had something to do with the department or something, made a note of it. She said, oh yeah, well, kind of show me. And he kind of showed her and she goes, okay, you know, and so they redacted it and it wasn't even much longer. I'm not sure. So I hope this isn't one of those papers that goes on for 3 or 4 paragraphs and then go, well, that's what they used to think. But because right here it says until now. So I thought we were going there, but maybe they're redacting the redaction. Let's continue. Our anthropologist John and Catherine Arthur of the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg, discovered the skeleton in 2012 at Moda Cave in southwest Ethiopia after the Gamo elders led the pair to the cave, a hiding place for the Gamo during the war times. The Arthurs unearthed the skeleton of an adult male between a stone layer and dated it to 4,500 years ago using radiocarbon. So this had been like 2,500 BC, pretty much like, I don't know, pyramid times after Egypt had gotten going. But yeah, the researchers analyzed the petraeus bone of the inner ear, which can sometimes preserve more DNA than a lot of other bones. The DNA had indeed survived in the inner bone, perhaps aided by the cool temperatures in the highland caves. Researchers were able to sequence each DNA base more than 12.5 times on average, considered a high-quality genome. And yeah, so they were able to replicate it quite well. When the population geneticist Andrea Manica and graduate student Marcos Gallego Lorente at the University of Cambridge in the UK analyzed the sequence, they found that the Moda had brown eyes and dark skin, as well as 3 gene variants associated with adaptation to high altitudes. Some peaks in the highlands reach 4,500 meters, as high as the Matterhorn. And yeah, there are some mountains there that get snow and things onto them, escarpments, but have lived somewhere else that had a lot of mountains to have been cold and mountain adapted, say. By comparing 250,000 base pairs from Moda's genome with the same sites in individuals from 40 populations in Africa and 81 populations from Europe and Asia, the team found that Moda was most closely related to the Ari, an ancient ethnic group that still lives nearby in the Ethiopian highlands. They zeroed in on the DNA that the Ari carry, but Moda doesn't. So the variation in the split between that, what's different about it, which was presumably added during the past 4,500 years, they found that Moda lacks about 4 to 7% of the DNA found in the Ari and all other Africans examined. and by that they mean sub-Saharans or Negroids. This new DNA most closely matches that of modern
So remember what we just seen. Moda's genetics is E1B1. That's very important. Moda is E1B1, though it makes E1B1A. That's very important. Very, very important. And we know that it got migration downwards. That's very important. So you can see with some of these things what's going on. It's getting very deep. Getting very, very, very deep. Let's continue.
Sardinians and a prehistoric farmer who lived in Germany. Hints of these early farmers' DNA had previously turned up in some living Africans, but the Moto helped research zero in on the farmer's genetic signature in Africa to establish when it had arrived. So I'm guessing that's the redaction here, is that they've pegged it now to Sardinians and a prehistoric farmer that they have already had the full genome set of, and it's like, wow, it's these people, right? So Monica suggests that both the European farmers and living Africans inherited this DNA from the same source, a population in the Middle East, perhaps Anatolia or even Mesopotamia. Some of these Middle Easterners headed into Europe and Asia starting 8,000 years ago and were the first farmers of Europe. But the other descendants of this population migrated into Africa, likely after the Moda lived, and this fits all traces of Middle Eastern grains found in Africa and dated to 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. And this is what I've been trying to show you in the Sumerian things and how they had come down and brought the cattle and the grain and things right about this time here. That's a little bit predating, but they still have connections with each other. But you can imagine how far that is and how far flung that is. If you tried to have good thing, advantage that explains why their genes spread. It must have been lots of people coming in, or maybe they had new crops that were very successful, Monica says. Well, they were the first successful hunter-gatherers.
No, remember, we're talking about the Mota, right? Notice that it says, remember how it said it was different than the Pygmies, right? You know what the Pygmies are? It says right here, but he says a Western Eurasian migration into every population they say in Africa, into the Mabuti and Pygmies and the Boshan. So the Mabuti are the Pygmies and the Boshan. Remember we talked about that? And we just read a little bit about those groups. And what did it say? What did it say about the E lineage compared to those groups, right? It let us know something very special, right? Let's go over here so you can get a little understanding on what it just said concerning those groups. Go up real fast. All right, so you see right here, let me go up before we go here. So remember what I was saying about the individuals and whatnot, the migration, everything. It says, right, we already let it know about the L3, how the L3 has a back migration as well. Traces of early inhabitants, however, can be observed today in these regions, right, via the A and B haplogroups from the Mabuti and the Mabuti Pygmy and the Koshin. So remember that the Pygmy groups are different than who they say is the Nigro-Congo or the Bantu groups, right? They're different. They're genetically different. They're different groups. It's very important. So the Mabuti is different. That's very important. We can talk about that in some other places as well, how they're just different groups. So your E groups are different than your A and B groups. Very, very important. Very, very important. But let's proceed.
Turned into farmers and blending the two together in places that had fertile fields and helping people out in every area that they touched. This was the Proto-Indo-Europeans, and it wasn't something they did once on a Thursday either. Population geneticist David Reich of Harvard University is struck by the magnitude of the mixing between Africans and Eurasians. He noted that a profound migration of farmers moving from Mesopotamia to North Africa has long been speculated, but he says a Western Eurasian migrating into every population they study in Africa, into the Mabutu Pygmies and the Khoisan. That's surprising and new. Well, yeah, and I thought this was going to be a redaction that showed missions into and out of Africa were likely complex and ongoing. The study is significant on its own, Hodgson says, but hopefully the authors who then check their analysis. The next sentence after there's no longer any West Eurasian ancestry inferred in the West and Central African population. It picks up.
All right, so I just wanted to show you that. So you see how the Motamen shows signs of a back migration. That's super important. And in fact, what are we actually seeing here? Because what's interesting, just to make it clear, the Motamen are E1B1A, but let me show you something just so it can be clear on what I'm saying here. The Motamen are E1B1A, but these will be the earlier E1B1A. These are going to be first, right? They were first before E1B1A. But notice you got M2, right? E1B1A from M2 is going to be your E1B1A right there. But you also have from v38, both of them are going to be coming from E1B1A. Both of these are going to be coming from E1B1A. But this one is going to come off, right? This one's going to make your E1B1B right here. This is your E1B1B. This one makes your E1B1B. But this one makes your E1B1A. This one's going to be your E1B1C or your E1B1A. That's very important. E1B1C, that's still E1B1A too. That's E1B1A too. You can see right here, clicking it, you can see E1B1A2. You see what's going on there? Very important. That's the one that we found, that area, Mota. That's the one that we found. So very important, related. So what did we just see? Let's go over here. So about this time frame, we also got E1B1. We're gonna put E1B1C, or in a sense, let's put E1B1 A2 and E1B1A, because by default, if you got an E1B1A there, that means you're going to have other E1B1A. So it's very important. They're all related. They're all going to be related. That's why I was kept talking about the sub-Saharan African individuals like that. But we're going to get more pinpoint, a little more pinpoint. Let's talk about the back migration. Let's continue to talk about the back migration. Here's one.
Showing a return to Africa 3,000 years ago, long before European colonization. Now, way back whenever we were talking about the Caucasus Mountain ranges and the Black Sea area and these people that were all up in here, it wasn't just this blue dot they always try to put on. Whenever they show you the ancient Proto-Indo-Europeans, it shows you a blanket that runs out, not just these little arrows like boing. And so everybody thinks, oh, they all came from this one little mountain place. No, it's people that were centered around this mountain place, way long lineages of the definition itself that puts it to there. In fact, right up, how about there? It's not as hard as getting across the Sahara up here, but it's definitely hard to get those two connected. But you can swing through right about in this area. It looks like it'd be a fantastic place to come in. And Kawati speakers arrived in southern Africa. There's a lot of evidence that shows you this contact that we're speaking of. Anyhow, archaeological and linguistic studies for the region can make sense of the discovery. They suggest that a subset of the Khoisan, known as the Kawati speakers, arrived in southern Africa from eastern Africa around 2,200 years ago. Kawati speakers were and remain pastoralists who make their living from herding cows and sheep. The suggestion is that they introduced herding to a region that was otherwise dominated by hunter-gatherers. So after the fall of Egypt and things, these people went south, probably because the people up north spread out trying to usurp anything they could out of that area, and these sent. Finding this new marker bumps it up another 10 or so, it seems. Other ones overlap. And what's odd about that is just African Americans here definitely have some Caucasian admix. Show that the Eurasian, notable exceptions, sub-Saharan peoples like the Yoruba and the Khoisan. Now, that made sense. After early humans migrated out of Africa around 60,000 years ago, they bumped into Neanderthals somewhere in what is now the Middle East, some got rather cozy with each other. And as their descendants spread across the world to Europe, Asia, and eventually to the Americas, they spread bits of Neanderthal DNA along with their own genes. Since they and ancestors of the Khoisan left the region, it has experienced several waves of migration. These waves have had a significant effect on the genes of people living in the Middle East today, and means Southern Europeans are much closer to the original inhabitants of the Levant than modern day Middle Easterners. It's just fine. Have the melanin change too, that's different from the other people here. They're just like directly behind them and other Negroids. And
all right, so I just want to show you that for just a little bit of food. So you can see what we've been showing. You can see others know a little bit of this. So obviously, but with proper discernment, you're seeing it with the full picture here. So that's why I was showing you that many of the Shemites went into Africa, right? Many of the Shemites went into Africa, like we've seen with the Ethiopian that married Moses, right? Moses was a warrior, right? Now, when you think black, it's important to understand. I want to show you this real fast. It's important to understand there's a difference between the Hamites and what's called a Negroid and what is a
when people from the Western world refer to humans from sub-Saharan Africa, we generally use the umbrella term black to describe their racial makeup. This sort of implies that all Africans are one homogeneous racial group that all get along just fine, but this doesn't nearly come close to giving justice of the situation. And I will admit that I'm guilty of doing that too, but it's purely out of convenience sake. Now, if you go to Africa and ask someone what race or ethnicity they aren't going to say, oh, I'm black, just like 99% of the people in this country, unless it's one of the westernized countries like South Africa. I mean, there are thousands of different ethnic groups in Africa that I'm going to roughly quantify into a few different racial subgroups. Now, I like to fancy myself as a bit of an amateur.
All right, let me just show some interesting groups that he finds here. He finds some very interesting groups. Like, let me just go up here, like this one right here.
50% African or Bantu and 50% European in and evolved to the past 1,000 years or so, and they now have a very distinct and unique look. Now, if you're from New England, you probably know about Cape Verdean people from the island of Cape Verde. They generally tend to be about 50% African or Bantu and 50% European, who are mostly Portuguese. Cape Verde is an archipelago, so the genetic admixture tends to vary from island to island, but if you go there, you'll see black-looking people with blonde hair and blue eyes. It's a very unique mix. Now, what's actually quite interesting is there are actually more people of Cape Verdean descent outside of Cape Verde than there are in. They mostly go to Portugal, other Western European countries, but especially the New England area of the United States, like Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island.
So this is just an interesting information. Why? Because when you think black, don't just think one person, right? There's a lot of different people that are black. I can show you Japhanites that are black. You're listening to one. I can show you Hamites that are white. I can show you different color races of different people, right? But what do we know at dictionaries? The biblical dictionaries, almost many of them, right? Here's one from 1989. What they said was this. They said that Noah, and it says a son of Noah, this is him, this is about him, a son of Noah and father of Cush, right? Of Egypt, put Canaan, right? Very important. He says that while they may have been dark-skinned, and though he's a forefather of them, he is not the forefather of the Negroes. So basically, it's letting us know that him is the father of all these, and a lot of them are the dark-skinned race, but they were not the forefathers of the Negroid race, right? Because there's a different people. Bantu is different. They're the Afro-Asiatic. So you can see that in other books, talked about that. Him, right? He makes the Egyptians and the Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites, but not the Negroid race, right? It's very important. On the next piece, this lets us know not the Negroes, right? Not the Negroes. So very important. to know the difference. Let's look a little difference. Let's get a little understanding of the word black. Let's get a little understanding of the word black. The ancient Greeks sometimes used the same word to name different colors, right? If they had the same intensity, right? I'm not going to try to pronounce some of these words, but you can see this word right here could mean both dark blue or black, right? Ancient Romans had 2 words for black, right? Atar was a flat, dull black, and while Niger was a brilliant, right? Niger was actually a good color for black, a saturated black, right? Niger was a word that the Romans used for black, and it meant a bright black. It didn't mean dark black, but it meant a brilliant, saturated black. After has vanished from the vocabulary, but Niger, right, was the source of the country name Nigeria, right? The English word Negro and the word for black in most modern Romancers or Romanians, right? Roman language, pretty much, like French, Nor, right? Spanish, Portuguese, Negro, right? Portuguese, Negro, Italian, Nero, right? Nero, and Romanian, Negro, Negro, right? Note that, it's really interesting, right? Ancient Romans had 2 words, right? Note that. Atar was a flat and dull black, while Niger was a brilliant and saturated black, right? So one more time, you can see, very important to note that. The Romans, right? Ancient Romans had 2 words. Atar was a flat black, right? While Niger was a brilliant and saturated black, right? Old High German also had 2 words for black, right? Swartz, right? Swarthy, Swartz. And the dull black, Block, right? Was a luminous black, right? Was very luminous, right? So you think Block, that's the luminous black, right? These are paralleled in Middle Age by the term Swartz for dark black, or bleak, or bleak for luminous black. See what's going on there? African nation named the river Niger mentioned the name in 1520s by this person, probably obviously off of the Latin. You can see alteration of the Latin Niger black of a location and all those things. And what's interesting is in that area of Niger, you got a lot of E lineages down there, a lot of E lineages that set over there. River of rivers, so you can see some places, right? So a little bit. So if you ever see somebody or certain things with black, because I seen this weird flyer where someone was like, the Jews are neither brown nor black. But you got to know what is the old term for black. There's 2 terms, multiple terms for the word black, right? Brown, the Jews were neither, wait, no, they were neither, it said the Jews were neither white nor black, right? Black could mean completely dark, right? That could be a brown in the middle. Because I can show you a quote where it tells you the Jews or the sons of Shem were dark and calmly, right? And not just from the Bible, but from an actual source. So you can see different words for black. Just note that, very important, right? Very important when you note those things. All right, so go down. So there's a difference between black people. So we don't call people black is mentally retardation. Now we do it because we've been forced and trained in the culture of it. But we need to stop doing that. We need to stop using the word black because we need to call people by more what they are, like Hebrews. It seems biblical Hebrew did have a word for black, but it wasn't shakar or shakor. It was apparently kadar. What does kadar mean? Let me open up a note real fast. What does kadar mean? Kadar, that's a son of Abraham named Kadar. There's a son of Abraham, and his name is Kadar. Show you. Real fast. From here. All right. Let that open up real fast. And let's talk about some things. I'll talk about some of these things as is very important. All right. So what else means the word black, right? Ethiopia means blackface, right? Guinea means black. Guinea is actually one of the words that's used for black. That's actually a word that means black. That's one of the words that was given to the land, right? Word black. but let me see where that is. Just talk about some things. sWorrd, remember that's for the Germans and stuff like that who conquered the earth, everything. Sometimes you'll see it as this word right here. The ones in the ones in Pakistan and India, that's what they're called. That means black. They actually call this. And they're also called siddis, SIDDS. They're also called that and everything. But let me show you with Kedar. Let me show you with Kedar. Now I gotta put this in the description. All right. Oh, I just felt it all weird. I don't know why. Kedar. Maybe I put it different on this day. Maybe I put it as Kedari. All right, there it is. All right, so watch this. Let me show you something here. I don't know why I just did that. Let's find it again. All right, so watch this. So you can see what it's talking about and everything. It talks about Kedar, the name. What does it mean? sWorrd. Remember we just seen that? sWorrd was a German word for black, perhaps sWorrd or swarthy, right? Son of Ishmael, right? Of skin or the tents. The Shemites dwelled in black tents. Do you know that? I want to see if I can show you real fast. Let's see if I find it. Let's see. Whoops, I put that. See if I can find it. This one has a little bit, but I'll see if I can find it real fast. But it talks about how the Shemites had black tents, right? They had basically black tents. And those black tents where those Shemites lived, that is actually the name of one of the sons. I'm not gonna look for it right now, but right here, Kedar, right? Meaning black of the skin or of tents, right? Very, very, very important, right? Like I said, not all the Shemites were black, but we do have some that were black. We do have some that were black. So there's a good understanding there. Kedar, right? Why are we talking about Kedar? Because that's what we were doing right here, right? Seems the biblical word. The biblical word for black is Kedar. That's the word for black, right? It's letting you know a little bit about that. Though this interpretation of the ancient word has been disputed, obviously, whatnot, he suspects that the root Kedar meant bow down. Let me show you something. So another individual said, no, it doesn't mean black. It means bow down. Well, that's interesting because that's a scripture. Thus says your Lord. And so thus says the Lord, right? Thus says Yah, right? Your God that pleased the cause of his people, right? He's pleading now with the life and the blood. Behold, I have taken you out. I have taken of your hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury. And you shall no more drink it again, Israel. You shall not drink it again, but I will put it into the hand of them that afflict you, which have said to your soul, bow down, that we may go over. And you have laid your body to the ground and to the streets, to them that went over. See what's going on here? See what's going on here? Which have said to your soul. They can't even give you the word Kedar. Crazy. So I just put this here for some information for these things and whatnot. I left this one here. The reason why, because I think it's interesting that I found a mistype. I'm just going to keep it there just for laughs and giggles because I think it's interesting. I think it's a sign of the times. I think it's a sign of a time when we catch them slipping like that. When you catch them slipping and you just keep it there. So I just put this here. And the reason why I kept this is because I wanted to have information of all the locations. Let me show you everywhere that E is found. I don't care how much percentage it is because we know that DNA tests don't test every single person in the world. DNA tests those that are willing to take the test, right? If I was a real Israelite, I would be like, no, I don't need no tests. If I know who I am, I don't need a test, right? Yeah, and also this is the Middle East. Now, what's interesting is where do we find people? We find them in all these places. Oman, Qatar, we find them in Yemen, we find it in the United Arab Emirates, and we find it in Arabia and Iraq, right? So we find it in here, the E1B1AE. We find it in Saudi Arabia. We find it in Yemen. We find it in Iraq. I got evidence for Syria. We already see they was in Israel. They was over here in Iraq. I can show you the Afro-Iranians. With the Afro-Iranians, I can show you the E lineage from the Afro-Iranians. The Afro-Iranians, right? They have an E lineage too, right? We already talked about them. I don't know why it's not on this thing for their genetics and everything. But we already talked about them. We already talked about what groups they had and everything. Might be on this thing, to be honest with you. Nah. But we already did a live on it. These groups right here have E1B1A in them, the Afro-Iranians. These Afro-Iranians have E1B1A in them. Who else has that? sinews. And remember, these are Iranians from Iran, right? That's very important. They over here, Iran. What about for Pakistan? Do we have any individuals for Pakistan? Yes, we got some individuals in Pakistan, sinews. These are the individuals with E1B1A in Pakistan. So you see what's going on? In that video that I just showed you, if you listen to that video carefully, he also mentioned some of the Africans in Europe in this video here. He's talking about some of the E1B1A of the groups that settled over there in Europe. So it's very important. Very, 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 very important. So there's a difference. Let me go up here real fast, and now let's summarize what we just talked about. So you see how we went over a few things. So what did we just talk about? What we just talked about was that the ones over here, what happened was long ago in the Neolithic time frame, even before this event had happened here, close this when it pops up, if I could. So even before that time frame, we already had E1B1 there. E1B1 shows E1B1B in the Levant. We also know that we can get different E1B1A lineages throughout time. We know that E1B1A went into Africa. Why did it go into Africa? Because when it left Africa, when it left the land of Shinar, they went and they dwelled over here. These ones came down and went down into Africa. Those ones were not there. They were there during the Neolithic time frame. And then after the Neolithic time, they were not there. They were gone. They were not there in the Neolithic time frame. They went downwards right here. That's the group that left. That's why there's none here at this time frame, the Neolithic time frame, because they were here. And then it says that they migrated. We know that they migrated because we can find different genetics and the evidence of the migration. So you can see they left and they went downwards. When they went downwards, they were cut off and they stayed over there. They were cut off from over here and they stayed over there. But some of them were still over here. They went and settled over here with E1B1B. E1B1B went over here. These went with them and they settled over there. You got to also remember over here, some was over here at this time frame. In the Neolithic time frame, we know that they were with E1B1B over here. These same ones went upwards. The same group went upwards and they dwelled upwards, right? They dwelled over here and they settled over here. You're going to have different individuals. When you had that, we seen the L3 even went over here, settled in these areas. And that's what's important. That's why you see some over here, over here, over here, and get some over here. That's very important. You're going to have some in these areas. That's very important. So that's what we just did today. We know that they're in Syria, right? We can find them, a lot of them in Syria, right? Even your E1B1A, your E3A, find that in Syria, right? Very important. We can find them in all these little areas, right? In these areas here, all in these areas, right? They're going to be on the coast here. They're going to be all throughout these areas. It's very important. And we obviously have a lot of understanding on those things. What else did we learn? We also learned about this area. What is this called? It's called the Afar Depression. Why is it called a depression? Because it sinks. It sinks underneath. And it was an area, at first, it didn't have water here. It didn't have water, and then it got water. That's important to note. That people went from here, they migrated from here, and they went down into it. You can see what's going on there. They were here, and they went down. Some stayed over here. These were the groups that were over here. They went downwards. They went down from there, and they had settled in these areas. Now, what's important to know, right? what's important to know is after they had settled there, right? At first, it was no water here. At first, this was dry ground, and they was able to go through. They had different ones in these areas, right? And they were able to cross over really easy, especially here was a major crossing area because it was by water. Water is always important. And they crossed over. They would have went downwards. We know that that's an actual real thing that can happen. That's a real thing that can happen. We also noted that the earliest E lineages are dated in Israel. That's the earliest E that you can possibly find is in Israel. They also mixed with Neanderthals. That was something that we was noting, that they were mixing with Neanderthals. They got a major mix that they were getting with the Neanderthals, right? We also had talked about evidence of the E1B1A having connections to Jerusalem. We know that because 2,000 years ago, they had connections to the Middle East. I can also show you a piece of evidence from family tree DNA that they themselves say this. This is what they say about M2, about E1B1A. E-M2 is common throughout sub-Saharan Africa and also in the Near East. So it could represent a back migration from the Near East. Why would they say that if it wasn't true? Why would they say if it wasn't true? Because it's true. It's actually true because we can see the evidence. We can find the evidence and follow the paths. Very important. So Mota, know about Mota, what's going on with Mota, right? E1B1A from the V38, E1B1A, V38, Mota went downwards, right? Ancient human that went into Africa, right? Went into the lands of Ethiopia, just like how Moses was in Ethiopia, right? See what's going on there? Just letting us know about the discovery, right? Letting us know that the theory was that he had a Middle East origin and whatnot. And you can see some connections to him, right? Very important. E1B1A. And then we had looked at some other information, right? Talking about migrations of individuals, right? This person, what they did was compare him to someone that's that they had was older. They had an older find of the individual, right? Well, right here, I'll just click on this. This right here is actually information from a very old skeleton, right? Just talking about that he had connections to one in Germany. I'll just find it on this thing. Let's see. Let me just show you that real fast. Let me click that right here. So just to show you that he had connections with the ancient upper area. Am I spelling wrong? Nah. Here, matter of fact, I'm gonna show you on here. So remember we were talking about Mota, right? That individual. Let me show you something with Mota. So you can see right here, just talking about the one, how it's found in Africa and everything. Let me just find right here. So there it is, Mota, E1B1A2, right? Just talk about what's going on there. Ancient DNA from 4,000 years ago, Ethiopia. Mota has a back migration. I'm gonna click one of these. This is a really interesting study. This is before they tried to like change little things, few things, but you can see a little bit on it. Look at the connection. You can see what's going on there. Just letting you know that it's actually has some connections in the upper areas. So it's saying really the connection between that individual is that he's actually connected to the Levant. That's what it's saying there. It's basically to let you know that this individual is connected. You can see what's on here. You know, Bantus, you know, Olmec, Cushic, Shemitic, and look what's on there, right? You see what's going on there? All the yellow dots, Shemitic and Cushic, what's going on there? See, they all connected. See what's going on? And those things, very important. So it's just letting you know that he's connected to the Near East, right? It says, interesting archaeological evidence dates the arrival of the Near Eastern individual in this period, in that time frame. It says, suggests that the direct descendants of the farmers that early brought the agriculture into Europe may have also played a role in development of the new form of food production in the Horn of Africa. So he's saying that they know that he back migrated because he also brought his food, different food, into the area of Africa and Europe. So that's very important. So that's just what it's talking about. It's talking about some different things, right? Close this. So that's what it's talking about. Just talk about the backflow into Africa. Just talk about how it flowed back into Africa. So very, very important with that one. Very, very important. There's more on it. Obviously, when you go to Mota, you can click those little ones and see what else it says about it. It says a lot of different things, right? They're related. They're all on one monophylactic group. We're going to make it monophylactic. Matter of fact, how do we know it's monophylactic? All right, so let me show you something. So this is actually going to have a list of groups. So everything that's E was on one stem. So you see stem, one stem. You get your E2s. You're going to have your E1s, right? E1, and then you have your E1B1B, and you have your E1B1A. But they're all one. Mota is under E1B1A. That's very important because he's an E1B1A branch. That's very important. So that's what we was looking at there, right? We was talking about that, right? It's very important. This is actually CT, BT. You can see all your branches are actually stem from each other. What do we see that's mixed with the Natufian? The Natufian are E lineages. So your E, they're connected with D, but they're your E lineages, E1B1A or E1B1B in a sense. Your Natufian are going to be your E1B1 lineages. But what else is connected with the Natufian? Your C's, right? Not that they're connected, but those are males that also accompanied Natufians. And look in the Natufian time. You see in the blue, you see C's there, and you see in the blue E's there. And in the Natufian time frame, at the earliest time frame of the Levant, at the Natufian time frame, you see C's and E's. And we just pointed them out on this live. We just showed you how C's and E's are there, right? We just talked about that. So very important. We had talked about, right, these individuals, Eber, right? Remember that word, Eber, Eberin Asians, right? Also the Eber Asians, right? Specimen could been part descendant of basal Eurasians. So it's letting you know that those ones were connected with Eurasians, and they have genetic, obviously, with connection with the Natufians, and one with the sub-Saharan Africans, right? So you can see what's going on there. Very, very important. Eber, no Eber. What does Eber mean? Far away. Eber means a place that's far away, far away. So that's why those places are called after Eber, right? Iber, right? Very important. Very, 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 very important to know. So you can see what's going on there. So we just talked about, remember we talked about these individuals, right? These are going to be the ones, they always have E1B1, right? They always have E1B1 lineages, always. These groups right here, they always have E1B1 lineages. So you can see your E1B1, but they also have European female lineages. These are the ones with the European female lineages. So very, very interesting to note. So you can see 36% Natufian related and 36% sub-Saharan African. So you can see what's going on there. Very, very important. Sometimes they don't have everything. They don't have everything. That's why you got to go around and dig around in these things so you can find what's going on there. But that's where you get that information, right? You get some information, those things. And they talk about these individuals, right? And the cap spin and different culture, right? Different culture right here. We talked about this culture here, right? They came from the Middle East. This group came from the Middle East, but it still be E lineages, right? Very important. So we talked about that with the E1B1B and everything, connection. So remember we connected them with the Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic, very important. And we read a book, right? That book just talks about pretty much these migrated deep into Africa from the same one as his note will be in description, from the Monophyletic E1B1 homeland, which is the Levant and Mesopotamia. That's what I was showing you here, that they actually left their place of origin, right, from the Levant, Right? Oh, let's add the Levant. But this one right here, you can see, just talks about how they were in that lower area here, right? They were in Africa. But remember, that's why we was looking at it more closer to know that the E lineage wasn't mixing with the A lineage, but the E lineage was a later lineage that came down there. So the E lineage is different than the A and B lineages. So you got your A and your B lineages that stem differently. That's very important. They stem differently. They are their own. And then you got your E1B1A, right? Very important, E1B1A. And then you're going to have your E1B1B. Very important. Those are related. They're going to be monophyletic. From this right here, they're going to be monophyletic. Very important. We'll talk about that. They're related. So then we talked about the new arrivals from Spain. We seen how the elderly went there. We seen different ones, right? We seen different individuals, right? We talked about that group, right? It said 15,000 years ago. It says we find a genetic, basically, connection with the Near Easterners, the Natufian, and these groups. So it lets us know that they have connection between Africa and the Near East, right? Letting us know that those were connected, right? Even your E1B1, which makes E1B1A. No one can say no. E1B1A comes from E1B1. You can make different lineages from there. And they're all monophyletic. They're one family. So one Shemite, one's going to be the same. One is that, one is the same, right? So very important on this thing. So this thing, I'm gonna actually change this. Just delete that. Just put that there. Or should I? Yeah. I just put that. I just put the quote there so you can see the quote. I just want you to know about this group. So this will give you some information on there, right there, and then a little bit about them, about that group there. So it says the sub-Saharan African DNA in these individuals' culture may be best represented by modern West Africans, different ones like that. What's going on? And obviously the ones that they found was E1B1B, but they have connections with E1B1A, which we had talked about that. So you can see what's going on here. They're gonna have your E1B1B, the Natufian, but they're gonna have your. That's how you know that they was up there already, because they were mixing with Europeans. These were the ones that I was talking about before that were mixing with the. If you see our last live yesterday, I talked about how the Natufian mixed with the C group, who they mistakenly called Neanderthals, right? They were mistakenly calling them Neanderthals. I'll need this one. This is just a copy. All right. And then just this cave I was talking about, that is evident that this group, that E group, went upwards, up north, right? We can find the evidence of that, right? You see this right here, all the way here, all the way to the up here. And that's why you see it like that. That's why you see it like that. So they were here, they went over here, and they went up here. So you see what's going on there? So very important. They're gonna have some movement there. So that's, and remember, that's your Neolithic time frame. So they went here and here and here. So from Mesopotamia, they would have went over here, right? In connection to this area here, because Abram had family over here. Very important. Abram had connection to family over here, and he would have family over here, right? That's very important. And they went over here, right? And then you can have evidence of the migration of how they got here, because of the migration of these ones going down in connection with these ones, right? These ones go down here, and these ones which had left here, following with these ones, they had went over here. They're going to go upwards. They're not going to be here anymore. It's going to be very important. And we also find that on charts that we don't find a lot of E's up there, but we'll find them settling in certain areas. So you can see right here. So they were here, and when the land dried up, they went upwards. They went back up. So it's very important. Shemites moving throughout all the land, right? So you can see when we looked at those layers and everything in connection to the Ibera, right? Very important, right? The Iberian or Iberia, Eber, very important connection with Africa. So very, very, very important, with a major connection to these individuals, major connection. So you see what the team was talking about, but the team thinks the North African ancestry only became widespread in Iberia in about 2,000 years. You can see what's going on there? Very, very important. Long time ago, so you can see what's going on there, right? Because the movement of the Eberites. It says the study obviously got some understanding on what's going on there, just letting them know that they have a connection and whatnot, right? Going down a little bit. And remember, we talked about how E1B1 came down there. No one started off in Africa. That's important to understand. They came down and they mixed, all of them mixed together. All of them mixed together. But this was actually a green land. But then what happened? You get the time when the place dried up, right? And then that's when you have the movements of these individuals settling in those areas, right? There's going to be E1B1B over here, some of the E1B1Bs over there, but you still got some E1B1As over here, E1B1A, and then you got your A lineages, which are Hamites. Those are your original Hamites, your A and B lineages. And then you got some Japhanites there, R lineages, because at the Tower of Babel, Japhanites, Hamites, and Shemites moved together. So I was with you guys. We was all together. We was all moving all around. And then the time came for the blessing of Abraham, right? Select the family, right? For the blessing to come for many. It says obviously during the time frame, you can see connections of basically individuals of the Levant, Bronze Age Levant groups entered Eastern Africa and mixed there with individuals related to later Stone Age foreigners, right? Or basically individuals who were there, right? So it's very important. They had a major mix that was going on, but note that A and B are different E groups. That's what we had talked about too. JPads right there. And then a little bit of information of the groups that went into Africa, right? Remember, that's going to be your Green Sahara from the Levant and Europe, right? They came into that area from the Levant and Europe. Very important, right? They came from Levant and Europe. And then we seen a little video of the migration, right? That's what we in that video of the migration of E's and R's into Africa. Very important. So also that's evidence of the loop. That was a loop that happened. What do I mean by a loop? Let me zoom out. Basically, this happened. They left this area during Tower of Babel. Some went over here. In fact, it says that the Shemites, if you read Flavius Josephus and read what it says about Shem, they also settled in India. The Shemites settled in India. They settled over here. They were over here, right? So they would have went and settled here, and they would have had connection here. That's very important. So you should find some E's over here, right? And you can see right here, you'll have some here. And they also left over here because you remember it said Abraham's family was over here. You had some Abraham family over here. So if Abraham's family over here, also over here. It's very important because Shemites were crossing paths with Hamites. Very important. And we know that we had from this area individuals that went over here and went over here, right? And some that went downwards and they end up going, when this desertization happened, they went up going up and going into these areas instead of going over here. So you had some being pushed throughout all these areas. So that's very important. So remember, in that same desertization, it was probably, since the desertization was here, it was probably desertization here too, probably. But for scientific understanding, it's here. It happened here. And then this was no water here at first. There was no water. So when they went downwards, water came here. Remember, this is the ocean. So that separated them. It's like a large water desert, right? Desertization here, and then water broke through on this. So these one was separated. This water came here. They couldn't cross back over. So they was over there, right? And that's why you have a separation of the sons of Eber, right? Not everyone is Israelites. It's very important, but they all are Shemites, right? All of them are Shemites. Very important, right? You got sons of Judah, right? From the Canaanite woman. You got sons of Moses from obviously a Levite, but being with the Ethiopian women, right? Very important. So we should find, dark-skinned Israelites, right? Very important, right? Now, what's important about the place that you see here, we already talked about the time of travel, right? They were first here, right? Darker there. And then through the middle time, they settled over here, right? And later on, they got to these parts and these parts and these parts, right? Very important. They were moving. They were going in these different areas, right? They were going in different areas. Very, very important. Very, 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 very important. And then we noticed, remember, they weren't linking with the Pygmies. They weren't blending. The Bantu people were not blending with the people until 2,000 years later. And then they took the women. They started blending in with the women. And we noticed that with the Canaanite from Judah, right? We got multiple examples. Not just this, but we got multiple examples of them mixing, right? Hamites and Japhanite, Hamites and Shemites mixing. Hamites and Shemites end up mixing. You'll have some other mixes as well, of course, but this is for the understanding of the biblical narrative and for these individuals, right? So you can see right here, just for the truth, we know that Judah mixed with Canaanites, and we had obviously Moses mixing with them, right? So that's why we talked about some of those things. And then right here, this is just something that's interesting for copying, pasting. You can find some interesting stuff with the Mota and stuff like that. And then we went over the information of the Mota, right? How they end up going from the Middle East and going into Africa, right? Evidence of Mota and the migration not going downwards. Very important. Very, very, very important. So obviously many Shemites going into Africa, right? Like the warrior Moses, who married the Ethiopian woman, right? And remember they complained about that. They said, oh, he married an Ethiopian woman, but he was blessed, so he can have what he want. You can see right here, obviously, the word Negro, right? Negro has deep roots, right? Niger, right? Deep roots, Roman word, right? A lot of things like that. A lot of things. When you think black, it's this modern generation that has one word for black. When they say a race that's black, they mean a race that's dark skinned. They don't mean a race that is known by its blood. They mean a race that is known by their flesh. Just keep that in mind. So when you go over black, make sure you understand some of the deep, complex understandings of black. So if you ever see any old sources saying anything like, for example, if it says the Jews were neither white nor black, what is double meanings for the word black? It probably is saying the Jews aren't Caucasian and the Jews aren't completely black like the Hamites. It's saying the Jews are in a mid-tone, like brown. Very important. So you can see what's going on there. A lot of meat for those things. A lot of meat for those things. So obviously, if you ever see someone say it means bow down, hit them with this verse, because then they'll understand what they done wrong, right? Hit them with that verse, because that word kadar doesn't mean bow down. That word kadar means black. sWorrd means dark skin, right? And we can find multiple evidence of Israelites in the Levant. So with that, family, I'm gonna see how you guys doing, because I missed some of the questions, but I'm gonna see how you guys are doing. Build the Israel oldest Eve found. Can you please build on the? Oh yes, Les. Yes. So that one we went over in the live, but just to get a good understanding of that group, pretty much after they left this area, some of the ones in this area, the E1B1B, they traveled. Let me go over here. And we know that E1B1A was with them, because we don't have to find them on the same paper. We can just find them at the same time. So right here is an example at the same time. We know that E1B1A was with them, as we see right here. That'll be very important. And we see on different places. But we know that they themselves have migrated. We're going to note that they themselves are actually the ones that have migrated throughout the Levant and throughout different areas of Africa. So they went up here and they went downwards. They would have they were your E1B1B with European lineages. They had European lineages. So they had more closer ties with the Ethiopian. I talked about that yesterday when I was talking about how the oldest find we found and stuff like that on those groups. But let me go up a little bit more just to show a little bit more on them up here. Or I think I just passed it. Let's just type it down. All right. I think it's somewhere over here. Oh, yeah. A little down. You can, and notice, you see them with different groups. You can see them with U3s and U6s, right? And you can see them on, different places that's talked about. Like, for example, Sumer. I talked about this too last time about Sumer and how we know they have a migration, a connection to the upper areas, because Sumerans, the ones in Sumer are called blackface, right? In connection with the Akkadian, call them black-headed or blackface. Black-headed, they call themselves black-headed. That's very important. But that's a very interesting book. Let me read it to you real fast. It talks about the migration of those groups. Watch what it says here. It's basically talking about the ones that went into Sahara, the ones that went into Sahara and everything that we was talking about, the Iberians are closely related to North Africans. That's what we were talking about, the Iberians, Iberasians, right? We're closely related to North Africans, Berber and whatnot, all those, right? And these groups. Western Mediterraneans from both Africa and Europe tend to cluster together in our genetic analyses compared to Eastern Mediterraneans, who also are more interrelated, right? Because the E lineage are all related. This is particularly evidence, particularly evident in the correspondence analysis. And this little one, this may be explained if northward Saharan, a northward Sahara migration occurred between 10,000 and 4,000 BC. So if a northward Sahara migration occurred 10,000, 4,000 BC, we proved it. There was a migration in 10,000, 4,000 BC. That's what we were talking about today. That's what we were talking about today, of a migration of the individuals that went basically into that area. For example, right here, you can see Iberasian culture from Morocco. Iberasian. I hope I'm saying it right. Most likely not saying it right. But that culture was from Morocco, right? It says we find a genetic affinity with early, obviously the Near Easterners, best represented by Levantan Natufian. So it's letting us know that's a connection between Africa and the Near East. Africa and the Near East has a connection. So that's what we talk about with the E1B1. E1B1 lineages. Very, very important. Very, very important. So Iberasians, we was talking about that group, and we had talked about basically a little bit how they look and everything. Get a little idea of them and everything. And you can see they have the mtDNA of U and M, and we noted that they had at the live. This is all we noted, right? We noted C and E will be the Natufians, right? And then all the E lineages, they mix with different females throughout time, but they do have all types of L lineages. That's what we was talking about on the live. We talk about that they have multiple L lineages or different female lineages, right? Different female lineages. Very important. But we know that they're the one that was here and moved up. We know that they're the ones that were here and moved up. But we know that they was in Mesopotamia, and they're the ones that went upwards. So you see how they were here, and they're Eber, the children of Eber, right? Let's continue reading that. Talk about the children of Eber and everything. It says, obviously, there was a migration. That's why I was showing you on that there was a migration. In fact, the migration is recorded right on here. So this talks about the migration right here. In fact, I think it said it right on here. During the pastoral Neolithic, people related to the Chalcolithic and Bronze Age Levant groups entered Eastern Africa and mixed there with individuals related to the later Stone Age. Obviously, those areas in that area. You see what's going on there? That's what it's talking about. This actually is talking about the time frame that there was a migration, that they actually now know that there was a migration in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's what they were trying to see, if there was a migration, if there actually was one. But there was a migration into that area. That's what this is. And it talks about all the individuals that were involved, a couple different ones, right? You can see what time frame, right? These time points mostly lay within the 5,000 to 6 to 12,000 year, right? KYA green period. So that's the time when it was green, right? So it's letting us know that about 5,000 it stopped being green, right? It started losing this little flare, and everyone started moving around, right? See what's going on there? Very, very important. That's what this is talking about. It says this may be explained if northward Sahara migrations occurred between 10,000 and 4,000. Well, we found out that the green stopped at 5,000 BC, right? So that's perfectly right in the middle. It says it may be assumed that the Saharian spoke a similar language with local differences, right? And we talked about that and whatnot, and all the things that's going on there, and what happened, right? Just letting us know what's going on, right? In fact, if I remember right here, this is where it talks about it. So it just talks about that sub-Saharan Africa, everything right there, a Sahara, right? It had became a desert and everything and whatnot. It says where it lets you know the local founder effect of the people who emerged and finally established the Ibera, right? Ibera, other Mediterranean place, Egypt, or Sumer, right? Connected with Sumer and everything. It lets you know would have been basically, you know, one group, you know, let you know that they were one. I also have a part on this. I don't know where is that, that talks about basically what is should be talking about is a certain part on here. Let me just note it. As it seems, I had timestamps saved. I should have put them on this, but I'll go to those on one of them. Let me just see where it is right here. So it's just basically what it's letting you know is that it says others have suggested that Sumerians were a North African people who migrated from the Sahara Africa. Basically, that's what I was showing you. The individuals, the Shemites that were here, they went downwards into this area. They went over here. They looped around and they settled in here. So by the time of Abraham's time at Ur, they actually looped around. By the time they got back here, that's why you don't find E1. That's why you don't find E1B1A here, because E1B1A looped around. That's what happened with E1B1A. They went over here, some went over here, and then they end up going over here, and some went over here and going through, and then the green vanished, and then they moved upwards. They worked their way around, and then they went back down. They looped, and that's what that video was talking about. That they looped. That little video that I was showing earlier of the motto and different migrations, they looped. Those two videos I was showing is that they basically is known that they went down, they went back up, they went down and went back upwards. That's why they say that they that group, that very group, actually migrated into this area, and then they went back to the Middle East. They were at the Middle East, and then they went here and went around back to the Middle East. They went back to the Middle East, and that's what the evidence finds, that they actually went around and made a whole circle and went back to there. So that's highly important, very, very, very important, that they would have Middle East connection, and it's basically say into sub-Sahara, into the Middle East, and we're responsible for spreading farming in the Middle East. So it's very important, and they're connected to the Natufian, obviously. So you can see in relation to the Natufian and all those things and whatnot, right? And that's what this was talking about. Also, you can see on this, right on this thing, you can see that is actually from that study. This is actually from that study. How do we know? Because sub-Saharan African, we don't see those genetics, but who do you think sub-Saharan African is? If it's on this branch, but it branches a different way. It's not the same like the Berbers and all these groups, because this is E1B1B, but this is E1B1A. That's what you're actually seeing there when you get the sub-Saharan. Very, very important. Sometimes they'll have those results, but they'll never really show it. They'll never really show it, but they'll show like some parts. They'll show you the ones that they want to show you, but some of them are controversial, right? But you can tell by the way it branches. You can tell by the way it branches that this one is one group and this is another group. That's very important. But they're all linked by one part. They're all linked together by one part. See, these are different group, but these are another group. They're all related. These ones are all branches of E1B1B. But some are E1B1A. But notice what female lineages you have with them, right? We already seen these is female lineages. You're gonna have your L1, L2, L3. These are the lineages that were there, and then you have your European lineages, which we talked about, right? The E lineage is mixed with those groups, right? So that's what this is talking about. So it's talking about that study and how those groups were moving together. So it talks about the Y chromosomes and everything, all those little things and whatnot. But they would talk about the Natufian, right? They talk about on this thing. They talk about basically how the Natufian, and right here, it says right here. Watch what it says here. On one, it says, remember I was talking about the Iberasians. as with the Iberasians, the genesis of origin of these groups and of these groups of hunter and gatherers is subject to open controversy. I bet it's controversial among the different specialists. On one hand, there are those who rely on material evidence, actual evidence. He's saying the people who actually rely on the actual material evidence, they are the ones that believe that they do have a migration into Africa and actually are Near Eastern. Watch what it says here. It says, rely on the material evidence and on the breakup of the settlement that, in their opinion, is represented by the Caspian Mediterranean population. Defend a final Near East origin for them that tend to locate them precisely in the Natufian area of the Near East. And remember, we already verified that's why we see C and E as Natufian. So when you see results like this, it's letting you know that all the Natufian that they found was C, T, and E. That's what it's letting you know. And remember, C isn't necessarily 100% related with E, but though they're all human. But if we look at a way a chart is, right, we know that C is his own branch right there, and D and E were one. So this splits into D and this splits into E, and you get your E1 and your E1B1B. They're one on one branch because that's how monophyletic groups work. A monophyletic group is one group. Let me just show it real fast. Basically, this is what you see. I'm just gonna make one of the most simple trees, I guess. So this will be this right here will be E group, right? You're gonna get your E2 from it, and you're gonna get your E1 from it. So you're gonna get your different lineages. And then from E1, you get your E1B1 and E1B1 or E1A and E1B. And then from E1B1B, you get your E1B1BA and E1B1B and whatnot. But I'll just show that real fast. So from here, you get two groups, right? You get your E1A and you'll get your E1B, right? And we actually seen all of these. We've seen all these today. We've seen them all. And from E1B, you actually get two splits, right? From here, you get two lineages. You'll have your, now remember, E1B is actually E1B1. You'll have your E1B1B, and you'll have your E1B1A. They're all connected by your E lineage. Your E96 makes them all monophyletic. And underneath E1B1A, it's said that they have 12 branches. How do we know? Because I have actually two quotes that tell you that directly E1B1A out of all the groups, E1B1A is the one that has 12 branches. All right. So right here, among the 120 DNA donors composing the 4 Bantonese population samples and genome type, according to the polygyny given in this figure, right? And basically what is letting us know is that, let me show you, is letting us know that they have 12 Y chromosomal subgroups. That's basically letting you know that they have, right from E1B1A comes 12 descendants. You see what I'm saying? 12 families come from this lineage. Is what it's saying there. It's letting us know that they basically found Israel. Long story short, is that lineage, genetically is Israel. You can see right here. I never seen this, so I'm actually counting. I actually never seen this. What you're seeing here, I'm gonna zoom in. This is beautiful. You can see right here. This is gonna be your early E lineages. Trying to see if I can zoom with this thing. I don't know how to zoom just a little bit. Well, pretty much, long story short, is what you're seeing there. See that line right there? That's that motto that we was talking about. That's that motto. That's the one we was talking about. Why? Because look what it's connected to. See that line? M2. M2 is E1B1A. That's very important. M2, that motto, that's the M2 that we was talking about. What it's saying is 12 branches come from here. I don't know how it breaks. I looked at this before and I can't tell you how it breaks. But I'll look and see if I can count 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. Something like that. I wouldn't be able to tell you how it exactly break on this thing. But there's 12 branches. They know that there's 12 sub branches that come from here. I want to know how you will get the 12 from here. But from here comes 12 branches. That's what they say. From M2 comes 12 branches. That's what they say. Right? So right on their DNA sampling the Y chromosome, right? Right from it, you actually would get 12 branches. So they let us know 12 chromosomal sub-haplogroups. Those are 12 branches. Sub-haplo means a subgroup from the haplogroup. That's going to let you know that you're getting 12 branches from the subgroup. That's very important. So it's let us know M2, and I know that it's M2. I'll show you how I know it's M2. So you see right here, if possible, 12 out of all the haplogroups, right? At this time, there was 17. Now there's 20. 12 were observed in the complete data set with haplogroup E1B1A. So 12 were observed with E1B1A, right? And how do we know that it's always going to be like E1B1A, M2 and whatnot? Because I asked Family Tree DNA. I asked them, would you be able to find someone's E1B1A? They say that no, it's be more like M2, right? It's not just v38, it's also M2. That's very important, right? So you're going to have sub breaks that breaks, but all these are related. Everything under E is related. All those are related. So I guess what you just saw there was a tree. That was pretty much a tree, I guess. That's the best way to put it. That was pretty much a tree. Go over here. So that's why we have all these there, because they're all monophyletic, except for C. C is that one that they accidentally were calling Neanderthal. They were calling Neanderthal, but it wasn't Neanderthal, right? So that's what you see. So that's what happened here. They were here, and then desertization happened, and the sons of Eber separated. That's why Eber, it said his son during the time of his son, right? It said the world was divided. The world was divided during the time of Eber's sons. You see what's going on there? Very deep, very, very deep. So that's why I was reading that to you. Continue on. As the Eberasians, I'm probably saying that weird, but I like how that sounds. Eberasians, the genesis of origin of these groups of hunter-gatherers is subject to open controversy, right? Would you think that's controversial, right? Look at here. All right. So subject to controversy. You see what's going on there? Among the different specialists. On one hand, there are those who rely on maternal evidence and on the breakup of the settlement that, in their opinion, is represented by the Caspian Mediterranean population, defend a final Near East origin for them that tends to locate them precisely in the Natufian area of the Near East between 10 and 14,000 years ago. This particular culture of sedentary hunter-gatherers immediately preceded the first ritual societies in Syria and Palestine. Didn't I show you that we have genetics of the E groups, lots of them in Syria? See what's going on there, right? At least 3 generations they had to, in this study, they had to be there for at least 3 generations, at least 3, at the least 3 generations they had to be there. So very, very deep, very, very deep find on that, very, very deep. So let's keep on going on this thing. So you see what's going on there, right? In Syria and Palestine. On the other hand, there are those who see no hatas at all in the industries or in the human type, and who place more emphasis on the obviously the difference considerable and whatnot, right? They don't want to say, they say who suggests a clear continuity between the Iberasians and Caspian. But obviously the actual information, the ones who's actually looking at the material evidence, agrees that those have connection to the Natufians, because you can't deny the finds of the Natufians. We find them in time frames that can't even be numbered. That's very important, that the Natufians were the oldest there, and we can look at their genetics ourselves and see what they have. And then they just they just talk about some things and whatnot about the Natufians and their connection with Sinai, or basically right there, peninsula, the little area of Sinai, right? Connection with Sinai, right? However, it reached must be limited, since we presently have no reliable indication whether by archaeological remains or human remains to support the idea of Western production of Natufian influence, but Western progression of Natufian influence beyond the peninsula of Sinai, right? Very important, very important. So they basically saying the Natufian, their mainland is before the Sinai and everything, but they're saying with the connection of the Iberasians, they're basically connecting those genetics with those genetics, and we've seen it. You've seen it yourself, that the Iberasians and the Natufians are 100% genetically related. So it's very important. So that's why we was looking at that ourselves. Just talks about some different things and everything, how they went to the Iberasians are actually basically have connections to the Middle East. Long story short. All right, so close that. And let me see, how's everyone doing? You got any questions? Information on why did this say is E1B1 Bay? So E2, I don't know why someone would say that. E2 is E1 E2 is early E. So it's early E lineage. So it's basically like this. So it splits from E and it goes and makes its own, but it's not E1B1A. But it's still a Shemite. Are you able to break down the E1B subclass by each of the 12 tribes? And that's the thing. I can't do that yet. I can't break them down to each 12 yet. Not yet. But I will. Maybe one day we'll do that. Asian hunter gatherers. Yep. Remember, D and E is related. D and E. Yep. Amen. Seeing everybody's thing. You talk about Iberasians. That's right. So if anyone wants to if you want to get a deeper live, just watch the live over, and you'll see basically the connection. Why this is like this.
As far as our DNA matching archaeological sites. However, when we advance through time, we start seeing matches in Africa, but they're in East Africa, right? Our first matches, according to these old ancient archaeological sites where the DNA from these human remains are being exhumed, we're matching these archaeological sites not in West Africa, but in East Africa. That's important. And you can also see, if you take a look, I know we're zoomed out, but you'll also see matches in Israel and Lebanon as well. And this is just a closer snapshot of that. So fam, the important takeaway here is that according to the ancient DNA, our oldest matches are in East Africa, not West Africa. And we have another DNA report to confirm this finding. And then once we advance further, then we start to see a match specifically over in the Nigeria area. And this too matches up with history, because according to history, Nigeria was a collection point or a gathering place for the Brews.
All right, so yesterday we talked about monophyletic groups. E is all monophyletic with D. That's very important. E is on one stem with D and E. They're all one. Those are the Shemite lineages. F is connected. F makes all these lineages. If you cut this off from the root, if you cut this off, all these are going. F makes all these lineages. None of these are Jews. None of those are Jews. All those are monophyletic with either K or F. That's very important. Or with other monophyletic groups underneath it. But they're all one. Stem from one branch. It don't matter how much it is, because it just means that it's a lot of mutations, because they were actually mixing a lot with the Neanderthals and stuff like that. But these ones also mixed a little bit. The E lineage did, E1B1B, but none of the other ones. But this one is actually going to be important to note that they're all one family, right? And then you have this group, this C. that was sometimes seen with the Natufians, but they're, as you can see, they're their own branch. And your B and A lineages are different. They're going to be different than your D and E. You can see they have no connection. They have no connection. So they're all family, right? Your split is BT-CT. Very important. They don't descend from the African ones. They don't come from a haplogroup A. It's very important when you see that. So, all right, I'll make sure I add these to the description. I think I closed one on accident, the one of Ishmael. I'll open that and go over that. So very important. E1B1B is linked to the Afro-Asiatic languages, right? The Natufian and stuff like that. Very important. In Israel, right? Male individuals in Israel, culture in Israel. All right. So when you think Shemites, don't just think one line. They're not just one line of Eber, right? Shem is not just one line of Eber, but Shem has multiple descendants, right? But the lands of Eber, the ones of Eber went into the ones who are called, they went into Eber, pretty much. They went into places that Eber would be, right? Places named after his name, right? Eberasians, how you say that, right? So very, very deep live today, very, very deep, extremely deep. Is one of those that is important to know how a monophylactic group works, right? These ones don't make these ones, and these ones don't make these ones. That's monophylactic. It's very important. But this one makes everything underneath it, and this one makes everything underneath it. All monophylactic, right? Monophylactic, one family, all one family. Mono meaning one, phylactic, family, pretty much. So you can see what's going on there. We'll close this. All right, so with that, family, that's everything that I have to show. Long story short, let me zoom up. We officially, without a doubt, have evidence of E1B1A and its migration period. So what you just saw today was one of the most deepest lives of E. I hope that you get something from this. I hope that it bless you. And with that, family, be blessed, be beloved, and amen.